Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. We are here in the JATC South building, and we have 6 board members present. I have not heard from Bryce Dunford yet, but I'm assuming he is on his way. And we are happy to have people joining us here in person and online for our study session. We are going to start out with a report from the Salt Lake Academy. The Salt Lake Academy is chartered by Jordan School District, and we are happy to have them here today to report to us. We've got 2 of our board members that serve on their board as the liaison between us, and that's Darrell Robinson and Marilyn Richards. So do either of you have anything to say before this starts?
I was just going to say this is our 7th year. We're going into our 7th year with this relationship, and it's just been fantastic. When a charter school wants to become a school, they have to join an organization. It could be from the state, it could be from a university, and it can be from a school district. Is there anywhere else? Just those 3?
Those are the 3. Yeah.
And so many join the state. We're just lucky enough to have a relationship with Salt Lake Academy in our district, and so I'll just let them go ahead and present. They do have a PowerPoint, and I'll forward that to board members after. So.
And you'll introduce whoever's at the table with you.
Yeah.
Hi.
My name is Sam Gibbs, and I'm the new executive director. I joined the group joined the school in July. I'm going to let each member of the team introduce themselves. I began my career as an educator in 1994 as a teacher in Davis School District. I've served as a principal since 2005, and I graduated from Brigham Young with an undergraduate degree in social studies education. I taught history and government for 11 years. I received a master's degree from the University of Cincinnati, and I'm a PhD candidate at Xavier University. I've worked in school reform my entire career. Essentially, I've transplanted across the country to work in schools to put systems for success in place. And I also have a vice that is soccer. And so to combine those 2 things together has been a dream come true for me. And so that's a little bit about myself. I wanted to introduce the team, and then we'll just jump into a couple things.
It's me. I'm Becky Hogan. I've been at the school since the very beginning, one of the last 3 who've been at that school since its inception. I grew up in West Jordan, attended West Jordan High School, and have a ton of family members that work in education across the state at various levels. So I'm a really proud, lifelong educator. I coached for 20 years before jumping into public education. Have a couple different master's degrees to go along with my coaching resume.
I'm Tim Dawson. I started working in public education in 2016. I worked as a TA and a research assistant in University of Utah Valley University. Teaching some introductory English classes there. Got a job in Camas at South Summit High School, where I taught English for 5 years, and I coached. I was the head coach of girls basketball, coached some football and speech and debate out there. Then I started working with Salt Lake Academy. I taught English my first year while I was finishing up my Master's of Education in Curriculum and Design at Utah State University. Did my administrative license program through Southern Utah and got hired on as the vice principal with the school, and I'm still on the team now. So
Awesome.
And my name is Nicholas Bartlett. Most of my career has been in collegiate athletics. I'm the athletic director now over at Salt Lake Academy, but most of my career has been in collegiate athletics down at Southern Utah University. And so I spent about 10 years there, got up to an associate athletic degree or director position, and earned both a bachelor's and a master's degree down there at SUU. And that's where I knew Becky here, and we got to talking one day, and she pulled me up here, and I taught for a couple of years, and now I've taken over the athletic department.
I wanted everyone to introduce themselves, in part because at this time last year, none of these individuals were in the same positions that they are now. We've gone through a lot to try and gear up for a fantastic future, and I feel like we have, to use the analogy, we have thoroughbreds that are in the gates ready to run and race, and they're doing spectacular things. I will throw one thing out too. We were formerly known as Real Salt Lake Academy. That name, Real, was removed because of trademark issues. Actually, MLS owns the name Real Salt Lake, and we didn't. And so now we're Salt Lake Academy, and we're moving forward with same great education and those things. If you're not familiar with our mission and vision, essentially at Salt Lake Academy, we believe in the power of academics and athletics together to maximize the potential of individuals, and that's what we're committed to doing. We want to make students lifelong learners and global citizens, but really want to use athletics and academics to help individuals maximize their potential, and that's what we're committed to doing. And so that's our mission statement. We thought the best thing to do would be just to throw up last year's and the report card that's going to come out this year. Never afraid of data, good, bad, or in the middle. We want you to see where we stand and what we're working towards. You can see the different meters there that were in last year's and the report card that'll be released next week. In some areas, we're not happy with the data. Obviously, an achievement that is below par and below what I think all students are entitled to, both last year and the report card that's coming out. But one thing I'm really proud of is the exemplary growth. To me, as a school, one of the things that we've been blessed to do is we've been able to help our lowest performing students grow at an exceptionally high level. And while they might not be hitting some of the metrics, they've grown at a spectacular level each year. You can see some of the breakdowns. Again, I felt like the board should see this before it comes out public. Can you go back one slide and look at the last piece there? Post-secondary readiness. This is also an area that we're working on pretty heavily, and we're happy for the opportunities that are ahead of us. I think with the opening of the Salt Lake Community College campus right next door to us, and also this beautiful facility, there are a lot of untapped programs and pathways for our kids that we haven't been emphasizing that we're starting to emphasize. If you want to jump forward for me, I mean, we'll answer questions. These are the different metrics broken out in a different way. I don't know, Mr. Dawson, do you want to address anything?
Yeah, I could talk about a couple things. Our growth actually has increased. It just was already at least by 1 point on this overall scale. But if we had those breakdowns from the previous meter slides, we do see a pretty significant jump in our growth again, which was already high. We kind of pride ourselves in that because with the nature of our charter, we get kids from all over the state and different backgrounds. So a lot of times we can't control their current educational placement, but we can control how much they learn while they're at our school. So as they progress through our grades, we do see them getting higher scores in our own benchmark tests, which we do through NWEA. And then we're seeing that reflected year to year as well, even if that overall achievement isn't as high as we want it to be. A few years ago, our lowest score in achievement was with our English scores. We instituted a reading initiative that took us up about 13% in that achievement. And so we're hoping to implement similar initiatives with the other categories and get that achievement up across the board. Everything else there is pretty much the same, except they are all a little bit better from year to year here. The English learner progress has no applicable data because we haven't had it entered properly in previous years. We've remedied that as of this year. So at our next report card, that should go from an NA to a better score as well. And hopefully we just continue to see improvement in each category.
Then we wanted just to jump to our board, financial report. Obviously, one of the things that the board wants to look at is financial metrics. You can see that there was a concern that the board raised and asked us to address with our financial metrics. You can see just even in the last 3 months, we've taken dramatic strides to remedy whatever financial difficulties were there. Our days cash on hand, our compliance with the financial metrics. We've made some changes just in the last 3 months and are returning to appropriate levels of fiscal stability there. And we can address questions about that later, but we just wanted to give you a visual of where things were prior to the last board report and the changes have made, so you can see some of the positive trends there financially. Then the last thing we want to run through is our board's 5-year plan. It has 5 target areas, and I don't need to read the slides to you. I think you're capable of that, but we've addressed 5 areas of concern and growth. One is on national metrics such as the ACT and state metrics. We feel like our students can and should perform better, and so we've identified processes and procedures to improve by 0.5 average across the school each year, hoping to improve by 2.5 points by 2027. Our second area was with ELL specifically. We actually have a very large ELL population in Harriman. It's reflected in all the schools in Harriman there, and so we feel like that's a population that needs greater attention and more focused service and programs, and we've begun to work on that. And so we're using in-house data along with the state data to work on improving that. Our third area of concern, or at least of target, is in order to have the appropriate climate and culture in our school, we believe there should be a balance of students, and right now we're fairly male heavy, and so we've targeted initiatives to try and bring more females in and balance the male-female ratio. We want students to have a traditional high school experience and a positive experience and move forward. We feel like increasing the ratio of male to female in the school will add to the climate and culture and so many other aspects. The other 2 areas that we've targeted, we specifically want to talk about. This has to do with our accreditation and our engagement levels, our student engagement level and our community engagement level. We mentioned the Elliott here because that is the accreditation measurement tool that they use in evaluating schools in your 5-year renewal and your 10-year renewal on accreditation. And so we want to make sure that we improve the environment, and I guess customer satisfaction isn't the right word, but community and stakeholder engagement and progress. And so we've got target areas in each of those 2 areas on our plan as well.
I put the facility one on here. I don't know how many people have been over to our facility. Hopefully this will play through here and you can see. But I think we've got one of the best facilities in the country as far as what we do and what we're trying to be over at Salt Lake Academy, but it looks like it's...
We do invite you all to come at any time and tour our facility and meet our students and meet our staff, and you're welcome anytime to come do that.
And it doesn't look like it's going to play.
You'll have to experience it in person. It is, I mean, speaking on the soccer side, it's the largest soccer facility in the United States right now, and it provides the kids so many great opportunities and access to things that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise.
Maybe we could arrange to bring 11 of us to challenge 11 of you.
Yeah, okay.
We'll take the challenge. That'll be great.
I actually like that. That's a great idea, Brian. Let's act on that. That's a great idea to act on.
We would also want to measure a growth score on that game instead of...
How we do this year and in
That's
future
right.
years.
That's
You've got
The problem is we'd notice that and the public would watch us, and that may be embarrassing for both sides.
If this video doesn't work, that was what we came to present, just to let you get to know us, but we're open to questions and interested in answering any questions or concerns or directives and take feedback that you have for us.
How many students are there?
Our October count this year was 414.
Compared to last year,
We were at 376 this time last year.
And what does the charter allow you to go to? I
The
know we
charter allows us
modified
to go
that.
up to 475.
Okay. But you're right where you want to be.
I think our building would be, like most of the buildings in the district, overflowing at 475. I believe enrollment 400 is the ideal enrollment for some fiscal things and also just for academic ability to be responsive and pivot and adjust quickly to the.
What was that number again?
YouTube.
I think 400 is a
400?
is a standard
That's where
that we
you're
should
at
try
right
and
now?
keep.
That you're
We're
at
414 right now.
414.
Can you tell me how the transition has gone as far as moving into a new administration and how it's going?
Well, I'll say great, but I'm probably not the one to ask. I think this is a powerhouse team, and I have felt so blessed to be with a team that's this prepared and brings this wealth of experience to the table. And even just since July, I mean, we're in October, you can see dramatic improvement in key areas of data, and so I'm really happy. I'm thrilled.
Brad Sorensen, Brian Veazey, and I went over to visit along with Mr. Robinson, and I was really impressed with the director and staff and facility and their vision and their goals, literal and figurative. And I just I think it's on a really good path, and it's exciting to see kind of a new chapter for the charter. I think everyone, after a certain number of years of doing something brand new, hits kind of a reset point, and it's a really good reset point. And I think there's some rocket fuel in the tank that will keep moving things forward. And we have, I think there will be some regular meetings with Brian just as a liaison to strengthen our connection with the school, so that Brian Veazey, as the district athletic and activities director, can and as a former high school principal, can connect and like I said, strengthen that relationship. So
And if
I
I
think
could
we're on a good path.
jump on there, I believe oftentimes charter schools are seen as competitors to or things like that. I believe that this is a parallel education, and we serve this community and provide opportunities to kids, and we're part of this district, and I have loved to see that we are a parallel education and a symbiotic relationship. And I think across the state that's not always seen, but this is a place where I think that's true for us.
So what grades are taught, and what are your plans for recruiting more girls?
Grades right now are taught 9 through 12. We're a 9 to 12 school. There are a lot of things we're doing to recruit girls. Obviously, some have to do with the success of our athletic programs, because we do attract athletes. I think our volleyball this year has succeeded at a level it hasn't in previous years. We brought in a new coaching staff and changed that, and so volleyball has succeeded at a high level. This was the year we jumped from 3A to 6A in soccer. I feel like the young ladies performed exceptionally well, making that jump from playing schools of 400 to 3,000. I'll let Ms. Hogan talk about the female empowerment program that we've been working on this year. It's a new initiative that she's spearheading.
Yeah, we started a kind of a focus group with some people from the community to come in and speak to the young women at our school, and just to try and talk about some of the different parts of existing in this world as a female, and being what it takes to be a strong leader, and what that network of people within our school walls have to look like to elevate each other. And I thought it was fantastic. We've done one a month. We had a Paralympian come in and speak to the school in general, and I thought that was really uplifting. And our plan is to bring in some ex-collegiate female athletes to kind of talk about, the importance of like life outside of sports, and what that looks like as a leader in the boardroom, what it looks like being a mom, a community member, getting jobs, and the different ways to navigate those, and how sports kind of leap you off into that. So that's kind of one of our next phases. We've reached out to Josh Downs to finally connect with him, with his Stand for Kind group, to have some people come out in the springtime to do that. And so I think there's a lot of different components to that, where we're really trying to be very upfront about engaging our female population, and just really giving them some tools to step forward when they're such a small little group. And then through athletics, we're doing some really exciting things too with what Nick's setting off out into the world with the different sports.
Yeah, I think that's our biggest that's our easiest way to grow quickly, right? Is female sports. I think you're seeing across the country and across the world is growing at tremendous rates. If you watch the World Cup, I think the rest of the world is catching up to what the United States has been doing for 30 years. But at this point, we're making some really great changes and making sure that we support those female athletes at a very high level, to where their experience is unmatched just about anywhere else.
And I will say there's obviously the return of the female professional team, the Royals, next year, which brings a lot of attention and focus to the school and gives us an opportunity to address the female population in a way we haven't had before. And I just want to give a shout out to Ms. Hogan and several others at our school. I think we have outstanding female role models in positions where they connect with students and with the community, and that in and of itself I think also is a draw.
Appreciate that. I think it's an interesting pathway for somebody like me who grew up in West Jordan, played soccer in Nebraska, played professional soccer in Boston, and you take a wandering path through your life and you're never sure where that's all going to lead. But now I land in this spot and I use some of my connections to be able to connect with Michelle, who's the president of the Royals, and I'm a part of their tryout, or I have been a part of their tryout staff evaluating players, and just to be able to get in rooms with these people and draw on all those friendships, it's really nice to kind of see your whole life fall into place in ways that are impacting young women in ways I didn't have an opportunity to do. So it's the culmination of everything kind of leading to a point. And I'm really proud to be a part of that and have a good team here that, we all work together really well. We've had a lot of exciting meetings, to your question. Having been there for so many years, it's exciting to see where we're at now. And Dr. Godfrey, you talked about it, is we have just an excitement where we're at a new point, and it's kind of the jumping off point. And it's been nice and refreshing, and we've got a lot of room ahead of us. So I'm really proud to be here.
I have another question. So you mentioned that soccer is a 6A sport. Do the other teams compete at different, and how does that work? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so with athletics, it's really quite, we consider ourselves a development academy. And so we have, not only with soccer, but with volleyball and basketball, we have kids that have been playing their whole lives, and we have kids that literally have never kicked a soccer ball or picked up a basketball until they step into our facility. And so we have various teams playing at various levels, from 6A UHSAA to volleyball is their first initial year in the UHSAA, and so they'll be playing at the 2A level at this point, with plans to move up and move forward with them. But then we play also with USSA, which is a charter league. It's a charter school league in the state here. And then we play, boys soccer. It's a provisional level sometimes, and we find a place for them to play, right? Because we don't make any cuts on our teams. And so we bring them in, we develop them, we make them better athletes and better students, and that's the goal of the academy.
And if I could just emphasize that again, that no-cut rule is part of our DNA as an organization. We believe in developing every student, and so you may see 7 or 8 or 9 teams for our boys playing somewhere across the state, because we believe in opening doors of opportunity for every student, and that's what we're committed to.
I've worked with some charter schools that seem to have a revolving door, where kids are trying to find their niche, so they check into a charter school, they're not happy, they check out, and retention is really a big concern with charters. And that puts a lot of pressure on us too, because they generally come back. What are you doing with retention? Where do you stand? What's your plans to continue to have a really good retention plan so that you're retaining those kids? And
well, that's a really deep and multifaceted question. I would say part of it is some root cause analysis. You have to do some root cause analysis as far as why students leave our particular school and why they stay. And so whether that be surveys and data dives and things like that, once we've identified some of those root causes, then we have plans to. And one of the things we did discover is that our course of study wasn't really clear for our students. And so freshmen coming in, besides being involved in a sport, didn't know what else was on the table. And so you'll see in our November board meeting a proposed course of study for all 4 grades and some clarity, so families and students can build a plan for them. I think some of the other things we've already tackled have to do with additional academic opportunities. We hadn't taken advantage of a lot of the CE opportunities that now we are able to take advantage of, as well as JTech and those things. And so as we've identified why students are leaving, we're strengthening our programs to, I guess, counteract or countermand those concerns.
Awesome, thank you.
Any
Right,
additional questions?
Sorry, apparently
did
you
we
guys
get
have a
the
very
video?
good firewall, so it wasn't letting me play that video, but I can play it for you now if that's all right. And you can
Great.
take a look at our facility here. Not again.
I did have one more question. I wanted you to explain your learning model because it's very unique, where you have 4 days in person and 1 day virtual.
Yeah, I'm doing all the talking. Do you guys?
You pretty much nailed it. That's we just switched to a 10 block schedule this year, where we have Mondays and Wednesdays as an A day, Tuesdays and Thursdays as a B day, and 5 periods each day. And then our Fridays are alternating A day, B day every other week. And that Friday remote model is that assignments are posted from classes for that day on Thursday afternoons. And then students who are engaging in academic training on that Friday or going out of town for tournaments are able to participate in their learning remotely all around the country, sometimes in Copenhagen and South America, without being reprimanded for missing some classes there. So they're able to continue with their classwork. And that has given us an opportunity to keep kids in school and reach our academy students especially, but even our non-academy students that are in club teams, they do a lot of weekend travel, and it lets them stay in our school while exercising their ability to improve their individual interests and strengths.
And that Friday Flex, while it's distance learning, it does also allow us to target small subgroups of students, bring them in for small group instruction, pre-teach, reteach, things like that, and diversify our instruction in a way that most schools can't, because we can utilize that Friday in a lot of different ways.
Lets our teachers get some more PLC and PD time, get some more individualized help or group work. Just a lot of good opportunities with that possibility.
Thank you.
Hey, does anyone have any additional questions? All right, well, thank you. We appreciate you coming and reporting. Thank you so much. In the cover. Okay, our next agenda item is information about early intervention reading software program that we are considering in our district. So we'll welcome Ms. Carolyn Goff to the table and friends.
While they're coming up to the microphone, I'll just say we have, this is the group that helped with the set up the wit and wisdom process, and I have an update for you during superintendent's report later in this meeting on that. But they never stop, and so we have a next phase that we need to jump into and talk with you about starting that next phase. So,
thank you. So, what we have normally done is come in study session to talk about some curriculum that we're looking at. Based on Senate Bill 44, the USBE has been working to have software, early literacy software that is available to K-3, both for intervention and extension. And this last year, in June of 2023, the legislature, well, it was during the session, but the legislature moved the funds for that from the state to the LEAs. And when they moved it to individual LEAs, it dissolved all state contracts. So the software that we were using through the state contract and all the responsibility for determining what we would use moving forward came back to the district. So even though we've been doing this, we've been using funding from the state, it's now become part of our expectation that we as a district would figure out what we wanted to use with K3 software. So we actually have an account with a company currently that we're already using, and several of our teachers have had experience with that, but we wanted to be able to allow for teachers to use maybe other software that they're familiar with. So we went through an RFP process and found parents, teachers, and literacy experts at the district to go through that RFP process, looking at all of the different literacy software. And the committee came up with 4 recommendations, and we decided to, and they were ranked according to their literacy criteria and to cost. All of those companies are listed in the justification letter that I believe you have in board docs. And we have teachers who are very familiar with 2 of the 4. And so we just decided, let's give teachers a choice of how to use the money that has come to us for this very specific purpose. Can't be used in any other way. So we just said, let's let them choose how they'd like to use that. And so we have written that justification letter so that you can see what those choices are. And we'd like to be able to have the opportunity now for schools to choose which software they decide to use. Because this is software and it's best accessed online, we can make this available for parents in demo accounts for them to review for a certain period of time, after which we're happy to bring back this proposal for patron comment and for approval in a business meeting, perhaps in November. So we just wanted to present this to you and let you know kind of the history behind it, where it's been and why we're bringing this to you. This is just funding that has come from the state to us, and we're just recognizing the opportunity now for schools to choose between these 4 programs.
So the programs that teachers have been using that was provided by the state, that will still be an option for them?
It wouldn't have been unless we had gone through the RFP process, and that's one of the reasons that we did.
Okay.
So now that will be one of the options that from which they can choose.
If they love it, they can keep using it, but if they
Correct.
find out, if they think it's not working the greatest, there's some other options.
That's right.
And just to emphasize the point, this is money that can't be spent on anything else. It's only for this purpose. So it's just shifting the responsibility from the state to the district, and this expands the options for teachers, but also allows them to continue with what they've been using when the state was purchasing it.
So I noticed this is K3, but sometimes schools have licenses that they allow all the grades to use. How does that work, and will it continue to work that way?
The schools can pay for additional licenses if they'd like that to go through all the grades. This is the funding that's been made available for K3. It's very specific funding, as was mentioned, and so and it's available for them to use. And then if they choose that they'd like to have it at upper grades, yeah, they can do that. Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like because of all of the choices available that it kind of is confusing, or is it good? Is it positive for the teachers to have that many?
We think choice is always a good thing. When in a situation like this, where we're not necessarily needing to be very specific district-wide in all of our programs moving forward, this is it's opportunity for students during some time to use this either to advance or to catch up. So it's something they can do kind of on their own. And so where it's not something very specific and research-based that we want all teachers to be doing the same way, It gives opportunities for choice. And we'll find that teachers are probably familiar with 2 of these programs more than the other 2. So they'll probably gravitate towards those. But if they'd like to try a different one and they say, this looks actually fun, or my student has used this in another location, then they have that option to do it. They do have to be able, as a school, to decide on one program. So it's not going to be by student. It will have to be by school. So they'll have to talk with their principal because it would be just too difficult to,
That was
you
my
know,
question,
get all of those ready to go by student or by teacher.
So the idea is we bring it to the board today. We send an email out to parents and teachers K-3 and give them the opportunity to log in, take a look, and then 2 comment periods and a public vote according to state law. Even though these are 2 of these programs have been used,
Extensively already.
it's very different from it's different from other things that we may approve at this level, but it's the same that teachers have been using along the way. So what's nice is that it's digital, virtual, online, so people can access it, gives people easy access.
In fact,
And then
we
they
worked with vendors today, so I can, before we're done here, I will send an email to the superintendent. He can share it with you, and you can look at those demo accounts.
So tell me how this is used in the classroom. Is this something that every teacher uses every day? How does that integrate with our other reading programs and efforts?
So the software programs are optional. Teachers can use them at their discretion. Most teachers will use them for 20 minutes a day or less. That's the recommended time. The programs actually, when the kids log in, they take a placement test, and the program will give a recommendation for each individual student with how much time they should spend. These programs can also be used at home, and so parents also have the option to use them at their discretion at home. So it just gives a lot of options for a nice way for kids to practice literacy.
Okay, so the plan is that you'll give us access to it, and an email will also go out to parents, K-3 parents, giving them the opportunity to review, and then we would take public comment at our meetings on November 14th and November 28th. That sound?
It
Like
will
that'll
appear
work
on
for
the
everyone?
business meeting agenda on the 28th.
To make our final vote on it.
Correct.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is a review of Administrative Policy DP 380, maternity/parent leave. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. John, how hard would it be to pull the policy up on? We are, first of all, the board, I think, was was really thinking about employees and putting this policy in place initially. I've heard positive feedback about it. I think it really helps our employees. And the maternity parent leave has been adjusted a couple of times since it started. And we are proposing an adjustment that will provide some additional support for employees. The current language in the policy is that someone who receives parent leave would need to repay that if they did not finish the year in which they take the leave and the succeeding year. The proposed change would be that the employee only needs to finish the current contract year. We've also found language that we think is helpful from another district that says if the employee has submitted their resignation for the current contract year, the employee is ineligible for maternity parent leave. So if you already are planning on leaving, then you don't receive the leave. But as long as you are going to be finishing that contract year, then you're able to receive that 6 weeks or 2 weeks of leave. So this actually gives, this requires less of the employee. They just have to finish the current year. They don't have to do a subsequent year. We hope that they will. We hope that they'll stay. But we know that there are many different family situations, and so this is less onerous on families. And we would bring this back for a vote next month if the board is favorable toward this, but we can have discussion around it. I think this small tweak, like I said, will be a support to families. Any questions or thoughts? It applies to all employees that are benefit eligible.
I like this change.
When it says maternity/parent, I understand what maternity means. I'm not sure what parent means. Does that mean the father?
One gets maternity, the other gets 2 weeks. The other parent gets 2 weeks to use on a
Okay.
flexible basis.
And the parent can also choose to leave,
Right,
not just the mother,
right,
either side or both. Okay.
Right.
For those of you that may not know or remember, this policy just went into effect in 2020, and we were, I believe, the first, if not among the first in the state, as far as school districts go, to have a maternity leave policy, and still one of maybe only just a couple in the state that offer this to our employees. And I received an email from a teacher this week that was just sharing her experience. She lives in another district. Husband teaches in another district. She teaches in ours. And she says she's willing to travel to our district because of our maternity leave policy. I mean, it's a great benefit.
To my knowledge, we were the first to offer that. Other
So-
questions?
So prior to maternity leave, and correct me if I'm wrong, they just had to use, save up their sick time or use sick bank
FMLA, sick leave. Yeah,
or FMLA.
right. This just makes it easy, and it doesn't take away the sick days because lots of times you need those sick days for other reasons. So it just gives 6 weeks, and there's not a lot of paperwork with it like there had been in the past. So it's a support to employees. I think it's a change that helps any employee who is making use of this benefit.
Many of our educators are not on a full year contract. So what if you have your baby in the summer? How does that work? Is that bad timing or?
Well, it's never bad timing. But
Maybe it's always good timing.
yeah, the benefit varies. I mean, if it's the 6 weeks following having the child, so it's just that will impact you differently depending on when you have the child. So if you have the child in May, then you wouldn't be returning anyway if you're not coming back for the following year, but you would have completed your contract year, so you would still not have to pay that back.
And if you had it in August, then you would have to come back for that whole next year. Is that right?
No, you'd just have to complete the year. If you had it in August, you'd have your 6 weeks off. You'd finish out that school year. It's just a contract year.
I just am
Just removes the subsequent year, so it makes it easier.
just anticipating whatever the other questions will come, but it's a benefit really to help you with your job responsibilities when you're having a baby. And
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts?
So does this need to be on a study session agenda again, or do we just bring it forward to the next business meeting? If-
Approving it tonight? Or?
No,
Okay.
this
Yeah.
would be the November 28th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
If you
give-
want it back on a
just
study
to give
session, just
some-
let us know.
Yeah, just to give some time for people to make comments to us.
Okay, we'll bring it back at the end of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is discussion of administrative policy AA 440, library media selection and review. And we've had an ad hoc committee working on that and are bringing some concepts forward to us to find out if they're on the right track.
Yeah, so
Robinson.
our ad hoc committee has met 3 or 4 different times, and we've kind of looked at some recommendations that we'll bring here today. I just wanted to back up, if someone's listening to this for the first time, to maybe just put us in proper role. As a board, we make policies. We don't make laws. That's done by legislators. And on March 24th, 2022, Governor Cox signed House Bill 374, which put some restrictions. We already had a library policy before, but put some additional restrictions. From there, the state Board of Education then looks at new laws, and they adopted a sample policy that they bring to school districts. That's happened on May 4th. And then we took it and we kind of try to model our policy so that we're in compliance with the law. So we looked over several months, looked at our current policy, we revised it, and we had a couple public comment periods, and we made our revision on August 23rd of 2022. When we made that, for you who are on the board, we knew quite clearly that it's hard to get a new law and a new policy right the first time. Whenever the state passes laws, they sometimes have to go back and tweak it for what they meant it to be, and the same thing happens with policy. We even stated that we thought we would be back relatively quick, and we are. I think that in the future you're going to see additional adjustments perhaps by the legislators, and we think that we might want to keep this ad hoc committee open and at least through the end of the next session, just in case the changes are made, that we're already kind of up to speed on what's going out there. So anyway, so that's kind of where we are. We're not here really to debate what we think about the law or any of those things. We just want to know, are we in the best position to be in compliance and to do what other districts are doing too, so that we're not an outlier. So the next slide is really kind of a it's kind of a roadmap of what we're recommending, and I don't know, you might just want to have this open in your board docs, and then we'll go through. We posed 4 questions. We kind of just looked at everything, and we kind of came down to these 4 questions. We looked at least 5 or 6 other districts, looked at their policies. We spent time talking to other board members, legislators, public, patrons, parents, to see what we should do. So the first question, if you go to the next slide, is who should be able to submit a challenge? We had some robust discussions on should it be a parent, can it be a community member? We're proposing adding a secondary student. We do not recommend all the community members be able to, but you have to have, I think how we phrased it, you had to have a vested interest in the school. So that could be a parent, could be a student, I guess. It could be a teacher or an administrator. It can also be a board member, and it could be an elected official that has a vested interest in that school.
I think our policy already allows a student at this school to challenge a book.
Correct.
Well, I was just looking at this proposed change, adding a secondary.
We just wanted to know, like, encompassing, is that the right group to be able to challenge a book? We debated anybody, but
Probably on me, sorry.
Oh,
I thought that was a change, so my mistake.
I think we haven't let elected officials and community, other people with a vested interest in the past.
So our current policy is a parent of a student that attends the school, a student who attends the school, or an employee of the school.
So this would expand it to elected official in the area.
Would it restrict it to secondary students? Because right now our policy just says a student who attends the school.
Whatever you'd like.
I think that a student at any level that wants to challenge a book should be able to.
And I do like changing the word to parent or guardian. I think that is appropriate.
Yeah.
Another thing we talked about is not on Ms. George. I don't think this is on there, but should we currently allow you to challenge 2 books? Does that need to be adjusted to allow more or less? Or I don't see a lot of books being challenged. Many of our libraries have not had a challenge. Some of them have had maybe 2 or 3 challenges. But do we need to open it up to allow more challenges?
Yeah, we definitely talked about it, but
We didn't have a solid
I
recommendation
thought that
on
we
this.
didn't propose a change there, so fight for it.
No. But is there an appetite to discuss that as the whole board?
I think that if it could create a burden of creating committees to read the books if somebody, say, wants to challenge 20 books, then that might make it a hardship to try and get enough people to read 20 books within the amount of time designated in the policy, is my opinion. So I think limiting it to 2 or 3 is, personally, I feel like that keeps it within a manageable number of books for a committee to read.
And that is the reason it was limited in the first place, is just the time factor. I feel like that maybe doesn't apply as much now because books have already been through the process, that I don't think, and the number of challenges are definitely decreasing.
Yeah, I think I'd be interested in changing this if we had people running out of challenges, but I just don't see that people are being denied the ability to challenge. It's either, you could challenge it if you had a spouse or neighbor, teacher. So there's certainly enough people to challenge more books, and we're not getting lots of challenges. So keep it at 2.
Yeah, I'm fine either. I would be okay.
And do we want to
increasing it, but
expand
not
this
much.
to other people who have a vested interest in the school?
I think we need to define vested interest.
Or, for instance, a school board member, could I challenge a book in any of the schools that I am over, or am I restricted?
However, you do say, where is it? We do not recommend community members with no children in school. What if a school board member doesn't have children in the school?
That's what we need to
But
clarify.
What our committee discussed was that a school board member falls into the employee category in this case. I am personally not interested in expanding it beyond. I don't see that in proposed legislation. I'm not interested there.
So you're saying, we're not an employee of a specific school, but we are employees, maybe not technically
Yeah,
board
we-
members, but.
We spent a bit of time debating that and felt like if a board member
wanted to challenge,
submitted
they
a
could.
challenge, that would be acceptable because we're employees in terms of we get a paycheck from Jordan School District.
Or
Oh.
someone at the district level.
But we would be subject to the 2 challenges also.
And to me, it seems like with the policy we have, if the committee, like if the administration and media center specialist, if they were willing to receive another, like a third challenge from a parent or guardian or a student, or a challenge from a board member, I don't think that our policy says that they may not do that. I think it just says what they must do, not what they can do. So I think that if they had the time and the means, they would be able to accept a challenge. Does that make sense? So I feel like the policy is not saying you cannot put together a review committee for a third book, but I think it's saying you have to review at least 2 books from a person that challenges. Does that make sense? So I don't think that it's limiting, but I think it is just saying you do not have to go above the 2 books.
Is no more than 2. So I do think it's limiting wording.
Oh, okay.
Do we need to take the wording out?
Well, I think if we make it so it's at the discretion of the administration and the media center specialist, like if there's, but I don't think that that we should make a policy that makes it. I don't want to make the policy so that it puts too much of a burden on the committee, a review committee.
So is anyone uncomfortable with keeping it as is in policy now?
I would like to expand it to elected officials in the area. That's just me.
I'm not interested in that either.
I just think they have a vested interest in our schools. I've heard lots of them ask that they don't have the ability to do it. I'd like to have the ability. I know I do because I'm an employee, but I don't think it hurts. It doesn't hurt us at all. Of course, I'm somebody that thinks anybody in the community, if you're a patron, should be able to. So maybe I'm way off on the side.
Okay, exploring it a little bit.
That it? Okay, we'll move on to the next one. This is something that we've really got trapped up in. If one book is rejected by one school, should it be retained in another one? And so our recommendation for proposed change that is if a book is rejected at a school level, it automatically goes to a district review. And then the district would make that determination for that book so that we'd be consistent throughout our district.
And one thing to note that we discussed in the ad hoc committee is, so if the committee votes to remove a book, then it goes to the district level automatically. But and if the district committee votes to remove it, then it will be removed from all media centers. But if that district committee votes to retain the book, then any other challenges that are on that book, it will be retained for the next 3 years also. So the district committee would decide either to retain that book in the media centers where it's present, or remove it from the media centers where it's present. Right? Isn't that what it was?
So this would provide consistency among our schools.
So currently, if a school level committee votes to remove a book, and that, then it just gets removed.
Yeah.
But now we're saying that if a school level committee votes to remove a book, it will automatically go to a district review, and the district review could overturn that and say you're keeping it, even if the school committee said we don't want it.
Yes, that's what the committee discussed.
What is, excuse me, what is the situation of the book during the process? Or is that addressed further on?
That's addressed, I think, in the next slide.
Okay.
So there's been a lot of talk about whether we should move everything to a district level. And we felt like this would be a solution that would keep a lot of the congestion out of the district level. If a book is going to be reviewed and retained, then we don't need to clutter up the to-do list at the district level. But if it's questionable enough that one school is removing it, we felt like it merited a closer look for all students.
It would give more eyes on the process, and you would, I think one thing we want to make sure in all of our committees, but especially at the district level, that they're trained well to know the policy and the state law.
So the only reason we're doing local reviews is to save time. Is that what you're saying? We're just saving the district time.
I don't know that we're just saving the district time. I think we're giving attention to every challenge. But if a book is okay, if it's going to be retained, then
And
we
veto.
don't feel like it needs an additional set of eyes on it. Whereas if
So
there's something
and that's what I mean
questionable,
by the saving time. So the saving time is we don't need another set of. So talk to me about the veto. Who has more power, the district or the local, and why?
I think that
Whose decision carries more weight, the local or the district, and why?
so in the recommendation that we're presenting, the districts, we feel like the districts offers a broader group perspective who have a different amount of experience and training.
So would you agree that the state has a broader view and could tell us what books to just remove?
They
A
may.
point, does the broader view trump the vested interest of the local group? I mean, here we're saying we as a district reserve the right to choose for ourselves. But you're saying a bigger group has veto rights because they have a broader perspective. So that would say, let's just have the state choose all the books.
But we're not in a position to do that because that's not our game. Like, the state can
You would
decide
agree
that.
that if the state came and said this book's out, then we would have no say.
If the state changed the law and they wanted to go down that route, then they can do that, but we can't. We're looking at our district. What we're saying is we believe the community standards throughout our district are very similar. And so with one school banning it and another school does not, it provides controversy to this issue. It provides controversy to our schools, and we would rather be consistent throughout the district. We are very similar in community standards throughout the district. And so it just gives us did we really remove that book properly? Can we have another set of eyes take a look at that and see?
But you would trump the local decision if you disagree at the district level.
I would let the district level do what they want. I wouldn't do anything.
But you would allow the district to trump the local level and say, you got it wrong, we're going to change your decision.
Yes.
That's what I have a problem with. We can't ask him, we can't say local control unless you make a decision that we don't like. And then it's our control. We either live with local control or we don't give it to them. I don't like second guessing their control. It's like saying, superintendent, you have authority to do this, but if you don't do it the way we like it, then we're just going to trump you and do it ourselves. Then why'd we have the superintendent do it in the first place?
But we have that power to do that with anything the superintendent
And we're not
has.
doing it.
We could, though.
But we don't.
We could, though.
And it's not in our policies to do so.
I think the thing we're struggling with is local control more important than consistency? Because the community standards should be the same. And so, yeah, I love local control, but I equally love consistency, because the consistency that we lack sometimes is the reason why we get targeted for some of the things that we get targeted for, because we really lack consistency. When one school says this book is okay and another one says it's not okay, it should be reviewed by another set of eyes.
And so you keep saying our community standards. and are very consistent. And I think that a lot of our community standards are consistent, but I feel like there is diversity in our district, diversity of thought. And anyway, so I do think that there are people who do not, I don't think that everybody in our district has the same, same, to use a metaphor, I guess, measuring stick or ruler that everyone else does. I think we all have different ideas. And so when I feel like using a term like our community standards, even that confuses me a little bit, because I think, exactly what do you mean when you say that? Because anyway, I think I've said enough about this already, but I think that we can't make assumptions that everybody in our school district has the same thought process about every single thing.
Well, even within a school, you're going to have a diversity of thought. But our district should have consistency, and that's what we're lacking with this policy, and other districts do. This is one of the biggest areas of that we're an outlier if you look at other policies.
Can I say something on that? I think one of the reasons we lack consistency is because we farmed out the decision-making process away from this group right here. And this group of 7 people, is the value system of the district.
Okay, I'm going to exclude myself from that, I think.
No, you were elected by the people in your district because, in theory, an election, the people that get elected are the people who represent most closely the values of the people who elected them. So in your district, Lisa, you represent the values of that district. Marilyn represents the values of her district. Each one of us represent the values of the people who elected us. So this group represents the values of the district. And if you arbitrarily select 5 parents and 4 teachers, you're not guaranteed to get a representative group of people looking at a book. There, as far as I know, there is no way to get a book review committee made up of parents and teachers that will always represent the values of the district. This group is the only group that we have. So that's my problem with allowing someone else to make the decision. Now, on this idea of local control, whenever I think of that term local control, I think of government. I think of people in government positions. So you think of federal, and you think of state, and you think of municipal, and you think of school board. And that was the example that Bryce was talking about. Can the state override what we do? But it stops here. We're the last elected officials. We're the last piece of government. And so when you give away some of your control to parents or teachers, then the waters are muddied now about this local control. Does local control of the district go all the way down to each individual home? No, it doesn't. Local control is a government word, and we're the last piece of that government. It should stop right here. We should be the ones making those decisions.
And I would disagree, because parents get to choose for their children. That's the ultimate form of control.
They choose us.
Parents get
They're
to
choosing
choose,
us.
No, they get to choose what their child reads.
And that's pretty
They
well
get to
supported
choose
in
what their
state law.
child reads. And if they have an objection, they have every right to say, my child is not going to read this.
And they can right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the best choice as to what's appropriate and what's not is not the government. I deliberately want to take that out of the hands of the government. The best choice of what's appropriate is parents, not elected officials, but parents. Now, where every parent can't choose what books in the library, we're going to accommodate and do our very best.
We're not doing our very best. I think that's the problem. We're not doing our very best. How can you guarantee that an arbitrary committee, which, by the way, the selection of that committee is not defined anywhere in AA 440? That was one thing I wanted to talk about. How was that committee selected? I know of people who have requested to be on several book review committees and they're never selected. How can you guarantee that you will get a committee of parents and teachers who represent that school's community?
You're never going to.
Exactly.
So you do
That's
your
my
very
point.
best.
Hold on for
We're
a
not
minute.
doing our very best.
I think the way that we guarantee, if that's a fair word to use, is similar to how we guarantee all of our policies will be implemented. We write clear descriptions of what the expectation is, and then we delegate out the responsibility of implementing that policy throughout the district. And so when I look at the current policy we have, and it says access to the complete work that includes the material being challenged, to me, that indicates that if you're going to review a book, you better read the whole thing. And saying that the 7 of us are the elected officials and therefore the only ones capable of that, I am going to say we better be willing to put our money where our mouth is and read every word of every challenge. I am not capable of that in a part-time job that I try to squeeze in around my other commitments. I think that when we take a policy and we define it clearly within the bounds of the law, which we have in this policy, then it doesn't matter who represents the books. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but regardless of who is representing that book in that committee, they have the same standard, the same measuring stick with which to review that book because of our policy.
Show me in HB 374 where it says that parents have to make the decisions, that parents have
We
to be
can
involved.
look at the model policy and
Right.
see it,
I know the
right?
model policy, but the model policy was
He is
based on HB
responsible for-
374. HB 374 has one line in it that says, in fact, let's just read it. HB 374, line 160. When I asked USBE how they came up with using parent committees to make the decision, they pointed me to this line. An LEA shall include parents who are reflective of the members of the school's community, which we can't guarantee that they're reflective of the members' school community, when determining if an instructional material is sensitive material. They pointed to that when I asked them why did they select the committee approach, because the law says that parents should be included in determining if an instructional material is sensitive material. And that's just one small piece of the whole book review, is to determine if there's sensitive material in it. So USBE took a lot of, what's the word?
Liberty.
Liberty, thank you, in expounding and expanding upon what the law actually said, and then we agreed to it.
Here's 53G 6803. A student's parent is the primary person responsible for the education of the student, and the state is in a secondary and supportive role to the parent. As such, a student's parent has the right to reasonable academic accommodations from the student's LEA. I think that's the trumping paragraph, and that's in the law.
It's also in our own policy.
And the spirit of that permeates every other part of the law. A student's parent is the primary person responsible for the education of the student, and the state is in a secondary and supportive role. That applies to every other aspect of the law. Therefore, in choosing materials, in identifying sensitive materials, the parent has the primary responsibility to choose what materials are sensitive and what materials are not the state, the parent.
That seems to apply more to curriculum, not to library.
No, that's
materials.
that permeates all throughout the law.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the question being proposed by the committee. If a book is rejected at one school, should it be retained at another? So the question on the table is, if a school level committee votes to remove, should it go to a district review committee to decide? So Mr. Barnett doesn't want any committees. We've made that clear. So do any other board members want to weigh in on
It's not that I don't want
question?
any committees. I don't want committees making the final decision. I think committees play a great role, but I don't like committees. There are committees that make decisions, and I understand there's lots of decisions in the district that need to be made, and some of those are made by committee. There are other categories of decisions that need to be made by the decision makers, which is this board. Yeah, I'm not opposed to using a committee.
So our focus
on
was
library
really,
books.
our focus
making
was
the
really
final
looking
decision.
at this and looking at what other districts. I think if we jump to just our board's going to do it, we become an outlier the other way. If the legislators want to pass that, they can pass that, and we'll modify our policy to reflect it. But where I don't disagree with you, Mr. Barnett, but I do think it puts us as an outlier. We're like no other district in that case.
And if you want a comparable in the U.S. government, not a single member of the Supreme Court is elected. If your argument is you have to be an elected official to represent the people, you can't make a decision unless you're an elected representative. There isn't a single member of the Supreme Court that's elected.
Yeah,
They are a committee.
So can I just ask, is there ever appropriate to have a district review?
So let me weigh in here, because I understand the logic of what's being recommended, because if it's removed at one school, there's a concern that it's not age appropriate. So should it be removed at another school? And then a district review committee would make sense to say, one school has a concern, should we remove it from all schools? A district committee should make that decision. The problem I'm having with that is that if one school says to remove it, and the district committee says, no, you have to retain it, that's where I'm struggling. We could have 3 different school committees all say, remove, remove, remove. Should the district come in and say, nope, you have to
Retain it.
keep it, even though your community doesn't want it?
That's a really good
That's
point.
where I'm struggling with this concept. So I can see it going one direction, it makes sense to me. The other direction, it doesn't make sense to me.
So how would you alter that?
I don't know.
If it's retained at the district level, then it goes to a local review at all. I don't know.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
Yep.
I'm not suggesting a path. I just want an observation is maybe a better word for it. I think what Mr. Robinson was saying earlier, I think we're trying to do 2 things at the same time. We're trying to give local control and be consistent, and I don't think you can do that. I think it's too hard. You either allow schools to make the decision, and then it can be appealed to the district level to see if it, or you just make district level decisions, whether it's the board or a committee or someone else. The only way to really guarantee consistency is to take those choices away from the local level. And that would be a pretty big shift from where we are, because I'm as I hear this, I'm concerned that we're trying to accomplish 2 things at the same time, because if we want a local decision, then having an appeal that undoes that local decision kind of calls into question that whole local process. And, you know, what if a school says, we want to retain this book, but another school says they do not want to retain the book? And so then it automatically goes to the district level and they say, okay, we're not retaining it. Now every school does not retain it. Now the folks who read the book and approved it say, well, why did we read the book and approve it initially? So the process kind of has some complications to it. So I think policy-wise, it would be worthwhile to say, okay, I don't know that you can go both directions. Maintain local control, but make sure it's consistent. I don't think those two things can coexist. I'm not saying it has to be one way or, which way it needs to go, but just from an implementation standpoint, which is what I'm always thinking of as we talk about this, I worry about the contradictions and overlaps in a system like we're talking about.
So what I'm
Great point.
hearing as there's further debate at the state level is we made a bright line rule and you are ignoring it. And I do not think it's very defensible for us to say this book is in violation, but this group, it's not for you. But it is for you, but it's not for you. That kind of inconsistency is what makes the state think they have to take it into their hands. And so I really feel strongly that I'm uncomfortable with conflicting decisions at the same level of schools. I could understand if they said it's not age appropriate for middle school, but maybe at a high school level, that would be different. But I'm really uncomfortable with two high schools saying we disagree and us saying we support that.
And I think this will be further defined in future legislation. And I think our role really is not to anticipate what passes in future legislation, but are we good right now? Because we could debate this forever, but it might be easier to debate it after the next session if
And
we see if there's additional
I think
laws.
that's an existing law now.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to anticipate law.
I know that more districts I looked at has a district review. When we started looking at what other people are doing, they have a district review. It automatically goes there, and they have more consistency because of that. So they kind of went on the consistency more than local control. And I guess that's the question. Which of the two do we want? Do we want local control or do we want consistency? Because maybe they both can't exist.
Nikki, what's your solution? You don't like two schools having different decisions, but would you be okay with, why have them even make the decision if we're going to tell them what to do? Would you simply propose that the district makes all decisions?
I think that if it's A or B and there's nowhere in between, then yes, move it to the district. I think we need consistency.
So you would say consistency over local control.
I think that a district is local.
So no smaller than district level control.
On this issue.
And that's the only place that I have any ability to affect change, right? I have responsibility at the district level. And I think that if something is in violation of law at one high school, it is also in violation at another. What I'm trying to do is bring it to a place where we have more options. But if our board needs A or B, that's where I'm at.
So you're going for consistency.
Mm-hmm.
And I would agree with you.
Maybe
And I'm the opposite.
one
Okay.
change to the proposed change on this slide is kind of along the lines of what Superintendent was saying. Only elevate it to the district level if you have different judgments at two different schools. So not just automatically when it's rejected, it goes to the district, but if you have two
I could live
high
with
schools, two middle schools, two elementary schools, where one rejects and one accepts, then that automatically goes to the district, and the district trumps.
I could agree with that. That's a good win-win situation, I think.
So I've received, from two different people, one from an email from Dr. Anderson and an email from somebody else with a link to proposed changes to legislation these changes have been discussed in the education committee, the interim education
They were discussed
committee.
on Wednesday.
Yeah, and so I think that that in the interest of time, maybe the ad hoc committee should wait until after changes are made to legislation before making changes to the existing policy. Just because there is a possibility that we'll have to do a big overhaul of this policy in March, April, May, June. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking.
So I believe small tweaks should be made now and keep the ad hoc committee together, because anticipated changes may or may not happen. And we can keep our eyes on those, reflect it that way, but I personally would like to see some changes made now, and if anything's passed by the legislature.
And so when you say small tweak, do you mean this change of having a book that is voted to be removed go to the district level for review, or making the change to, is that like
That
what you
was
mean
a-
by a small tweak?
That was originally, I really like what Mr. Barnett said about it when it comes in confliction with another school, then that generates it. I like that. That's a good compromise.
So what about a restricted section in the library?
That's your next question.
Okay.
Should we just pause this and come back? Or do you just,
Because that may solve the problem. We're not taking it out of the library, but we're drawing attention to the controversy and requiring parental permission for those books to be checked out.
well, let's come back to this. Let's go to the next one. The next question was, should there be a restricted area added to to our process? So our proposed change is any book that has been challenged is a move to the restricted area during the review. This happens in many districts. It technically happens with ours because we check the book out and give it to all the people anyways. So those books usually are not available during the review process, but we would like to propose a restricted area. Parents can still give permission for a student to have access to the book, but we remove it from the possibility of a child stumbling upon something that's in question. Because we've been given notice by somebody that this book might have something in question. And what we don't want to provide is an opportunity for a kid to stumble upon something that might not be appropriate. And this is in the state board's sample policy, and we didn't opt to have any restricted area. So we would like to recommend, at least initially, any book challenges immediately goes into a restricted area and can still be checked out with parent permission. And then we could figure out how to do that, whether or not a parent can just sign off and say, yeah, check every book, or does it have to be book specific?
And then there's a second piece to this on the next slide.
And then the next slide is just in the review process. Should there be a restricted area added to our process? So in other words, at a district review, the review committee can make 3 decisions: to retain it, to restrict it, or to remove it. So maybe those books that are in one school restricted, removed, and another school it's retained. Maybe the district committee can say, let's put it in a restricted area.
So the first question, should there be a restricted area? So as soon as a book gets challenged, should it be removed? Should it be moved to the restricted area? I think we've been doing that in practice, like you said,
Yeah.
but to make that officially in policy. How does everybody feel about that
I would
one?
very much support that, because to me, the deeper issues here are parents should be able to choose what their child reads. But where we can't make that a reality. We can't have every parent choose what's in the library for their child. We can't have separate libraries for children. So I get very nervous when we start deciding for parents, when anyone decides for a parent. And that's at the heart of what's making me nervous about all of this, is completely taking a book out. We just decided for a parent. And I realize putting the book in the library, we just decided for a parent. So all of those decisions make me a little nervous. What would make me a lot less nervous is we're just simply saying, these are available, and if your parent gives permission, I'll check it out to you. But we're nervous about you stumbling upon something that's inappropriate, that your parents wouldn't want you to stumble upon. So for me, one of the great solutions would be anything that's objectionable is tagged into a restricted section and allowed to be checked out with parent permission, but not allowed to be checked out without parent permission. Now parents are deciding.
It's really the win-win, right? Like both parents get a win, you know, and I just,
My child's not going to stumble on it.
that was just so powerful when that was mentioned in our meetings, that a child wouldn't stumble upon something in question. Because the first time I was exposed to something inappropriate was at a school library, clear back in the 70s, you know, and that's what I really want to make sure is no kid stumbles upon something that parent doesn't find it appropriate.
I'm really comfortable with it as well. The problem is I feel like our process hinges on slide 3. Because if it's not, is it consistency or is it locality? Can something be removed or restricted at one school and open to the general public at another?
Again, I'd have a lot less concern of being consistent. If this school wants it out of their library, they don't get to choose for that school. It's still available for that school. But that's enough of a worry that it gets special attention at that school. For me, any book removed or restricted could be consistently restricted at all schools. I'm very comfortable with that.
So if someone challenges at one school, it should be restricted at all schools.
I'm very comfortable if we make that decision, because anyone who wants to check it out can.
I think it's the true win-win, right? I think it's the true win-win. And by the way, this is in the sample policy, and we have not been exercising it.
I think we could make quick communication to a parent. Your child has requested checking the following book out. Do you grant approval or not?
Okay, so how many people are interested in doing that? It sounds like majority. Okay.
Then to me, we can be very consistent about what's in the restricted. We don't have to be consistent about what's removed.
Does a book have to be reviewed at the district level to go into a restricted area? Or if my book challenge goes restricted at one high school, no other high school has to review it. It's just automatically restricted at every high school.
So Mr. Dunford's saying that every school would have to review the book and challenge it, and yeah, well,
remove it.
to remove it.
To remove it.
But
yes.
that they can choose to restrict it if they'd like to. They could remove it if they'd like to, but it would be restricted once it's challenged everywhere, unless it's retained. If it's retained, it would go off the restriction across the district. But if that school decides to restrict it, what happens to the rest of the district if one restricts it? Does it stay restricted everywhere?
I think that's where we play the consistent card. To be consistent, if anyone restricts a book, we all restrict
And
it.
it stays restricted until it's challenged.
Can I ask
Like that.
just a clarifying question? When a book is challenged, it is automatically restricted, or restricted is a determination of the committee?
So it immediately is restricted from all schools at that level.
It doesn't hurt that a book's restricted. It doesn't limit access.
They'll have access.
So
It still
any
has
book
access.
challenged is automatically, and for at least 3 years, restricted.
And that doesn't hurt anyone. If you want to check it out, you can check it out. You're just not going to stumble upon it.
And
But then you can challenge it out of the
okay if
restricted
that's
area.
the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that
As
our
long as
state
it's
officials are
available.
okay with that.
But the Bible can then, out of the restricted area, can be challenged to remove it out of the restricted as retained, or restrict it and take it out of the library. And that's when it would get out of the restricted
Okay,
area.
so that sounds different than what I just understood. I
I'm
thought we
saying it
just
differently.
said any challenged book is now a restricted book for 3 years at least.
No,
I'm very comfortable with that.
Well,
no,
not challenge.
I understood it as it could be then reviewed to go one way or the other.
So you're saying that a school level would have 3 options or determinations for a review?
Yeah, so if it's challenged, then the school level has an option to retain it, remove it, or keep it restricted.
But if anyone removes it, everyone puts it in the restricted section. If it's only challenged at one school and it's retained, then everyone can take it out of their restricted section. That's where I think we can have consistency. As long as it's still available for anyone who wants it, no one's choosing for the parent who wants their child to have access to that, and no child is stumbling upon it.
So it seems like there needs to be something in here. If the challenge is due to the bright line rule, due to one of the 4 things outlined in laws, in the law, that makes sense to me. But I'm just going to use just a crazy example to prove a point. What if a group of parents decide they don't like soccer, and so they're going to challenge every book having to do with soccer? Does that automatically go into the restricted because we can't let any of our kids learn about soccer?
According to this, until every book was reviewed, it would stay in the restricted section.
And sorry, soccer, I just chose you because our Salt Lake Academy was here. I like soccer.
Just against soccer. Sound like a lacrosse mom.
The Salt Lake Academy.
Witchcraft.
So it seems
So you would
Like, I
take that
wonder-
soccer book, and it would be restricted throughout the schools until that school had reviewed it and said, you know what, that's not one. I do think that we talked a little bit about having a bright line reviewed by the librarians before it even. I mean, that's really should be done anyways. Like, they should be looking at that. Does it violate the bright line rule? That should just be removed.
I would be open to having the committee discuss that if having a first level of review by a librarian. I mean, we let our librarians choose what books
We've
go in, and we
discussed it
trust
at
them to do
length.
that.
What my hesitation is, I do not want to paint a target on the chest of every librarian that said, you're the one at fault because this book exists in your school.
We want to empower them, but not put them in the focal.
Librarians have the ability to remove books for any number of reasons already. And I just worry that if we say, and some school districts have in their policies said, if a book is challenged, the first reviewer is the librarian. If it violates Brightline, the book is gone. There's no more process to it than that. That feels like a heavy lift for that librarian.
And I'm just trying to think of a way, just to make
Likely
sure that
doesn't
this.
believe in banning books.
Right. I just want to, just looking for a way to make sure this is a legitimate challenge before we throw everything in a restricted area.
So could a librarian look at it and say, this is a soccer book and we're not gonna read it for.
Nothing in here against that's in 374, so we'll still review it because it's been challenged, but.
I mean, to be honest, if we wanted to make a place in the form to say, would you like to reference an obscene section of this book for review? And all you had to read was that paragraph or page or chapter. And we said, okay, Brightline was violated. That book is out. We do not consider it on a whole. But that is a different approach than the way that we read the Attorney General's letter.
Obviously, this is a complicated issue.
That is what I'm hearing in the Education Committee right now.
But my comment would be, it doesn't hurt anyone to restrict any book for any reason. It doesn't hurt anyone to restrict it. I mean, yeah, it's not on the shelf and I can't stumble onto a soccer book. And yeah, there might be some danger in that I couldn't stumble onto a soccer book. But again, if the community is saying, I don't want my child to stumble upon something inappropriate, then we err on the side of caution there without making the decision for parents. So for me, a restricted section that's heavily and wisely governed solves the problem.
Can someone tell me a little bit about Sora? Is that the digital library that we have on all our Chromebooks?
Yeah.
And what level of control? Do we have the same level of control on Sora as we do if someone goes and checks out a physical copy of a book? Because obviously if it's restricted, you were saying that we kind of by default right now put books on restriction because we check all the books out, but it's still available on everybody's Chromebook, right?
I don't know the availability.
Does Sora have a restricted area?
And we don't have a restricted in our policy right now, so.
Right.
Dr. Godfrey, do you have an answer to
My
that?
understanding is you can restrict
titles,
books,
individual.
but if you may have to restrict students entirely from. You can restrict them entirely. You can restrict individual books. We have the same. We have the technology. Let me put it that way.
Restrict or remove? I know we can remove a book.
Restrict.
Restrict as well. Great.
Meaning that they can only access it after parent approval. That's what
Right.
restrict means, right?
Right. They still have to check it out. So.
Okay, so the question on the table is, if a book's challenged, it automatically goes into restricted area at the school it's challenged at and any other school in the district. Right? Okay.
Can I just ask, how heavy of a lift is that for our schools?
Manageable.
And then the next question is, should there be a restrict decision then at the school level and at the district level?
Have we just removed district level reviews?
So I think that's the next question is there a district level review?
For me,
For
the
all
district
reviews,
level
district.
review needs to be that the process was followed. I think that someone needs to say, yes, this school followed the process.
So there's a review of the process, but not a review of the
They're
book.
not reviewing the decision as much as they're making sure the process was followed.
And there does need to be an appeal.
Yeah, I was just going
Oh,
to
we
say
have
that
to
there
go to a different
always has
body.
to be an appeal process, I think, just because.
So the appeal process does not involve reading the book. The appeal process simply says, did they follow the process? Yes or no?
The appeal committee actually has read the book and actually reversed a decision that the school had made on at least one occasion. So it's not merely a procedural review. That is what happens at the state level. And one thing that is, if I may say, appealing about the current policy is that there is an internal appeal available, which is different from other districts. So there are two levels of decision making at the district level, or within the district before it's sent out. So there are actually three levels of decision making, one at the school, one at the district, and one at the state that are available.
Like that?
There's a legal term for that, internal something, but so that was kind of the thinking with the initial policy, is that there's a local review. It's very rare that there would be a decision that's different from the school level, except on procedural grounds. I think on this one it was a very close vote, and anyway, so but it doesn't mean that what happens at one school goes to the district level and then changes at every other school, as has been described in some of these other options. So.
And I would be very comfortable if there is a district review, as long as the district can't remove the book. Locals can remove the book. The most the district could do would be restrict the book.
So it can be appealed to the district review, and then their decision is to retain it or restrict it. I could live with that.
What if so if the school says remove it, it's likely not gonna get appealed anyway, right? Okay. It's the ones that get retained get appealed.
I do like what Brian said, though, that when we have two actions done by different schools, that it goes to that district review to provide that somewhat consistency. Should it be retained? Should it be restricted in both schools? Should it be,
That follows the pattern of the court system. If you have two appellate courts or circuit courts that differ in their opinions, it eventually goes up to the next
the higher court.
decide what happens.
That idea too.
That's three of us.
So we've had several ideas.
Yeah.
Enough for the committee to go back and work.
Yep. We can rework the flow chart and then.
And I think those
once
decisions
we
you can
agree-
make regardless of what the legislature is gonna or not gonna do. We can immediately begin to make some
Tweakings of the policy.
community noticeable changes regardless of what happens in the spring.
So can we break it down just so we get it all on the same page? So a book can be challenged. We're keeping that the same. Are we we're not making any changes to who can challenge the book or how many books they can challenge?
Right, I don't
That
think that the
correct?
majority wanted to change.
So the moment the book is challenged, it's moved to a reserved section throughout that level of school, right? So if a book's challenged in a high school, it would be removed or it would be restricted at all schools. It'll then go into the review process. The review process can be one of three things: to remove the book, to retain the book, or to restrict the book. And that process is done by a local committee. That only is effective at that school. After that review process, what happens to the book in the other schools?
It's only challenged at that school and they retain it, then it comes out of
Retained for
restriction at
everything.
everyone.
If they restrict it, does it stay restricted? I guess, well, it'd have to be challenged at each school to continue to be restricted, wouldn't it?
No, there's our consistency. If it's restricted at one school, it's restricted at all schools.
Okay. Is there agreement among that?
I'm fine with that.
If someone appeals it, then it goes to a district review, and the district can only rule upon what? What do we decide on district
Can
review?
only retain or remove, according to my notes.
Retain or restrict.
I'm sorry, retain or restrict.
Okay,
I
they can
said that
only
wrong.
so it can only be removed from a local review committee. Okay, and then, but they can make the decision to restrict it, continue to restrict it. Anything else that we need to consider? I know Brian had mentioned a little bit about, do we want to define how we select a committee?
How do we select them now? I mean, it's not identified in policy, so just each school does their own thing, or
The
what?
school community council chooses the committee.
Does that say that in policy?
I didn't
It does
see
not.
It does
anywhere.
not say
That's
that
how
in
we've
our policy.
instructed schools to do that. Doesn't say it in policy, but we've instructed them to use the school community council to create that committee.
Do we want to
Are an elected group.
And
do
and
we
they can-
want to strengthen that in wording in our policy?
The school community, it's up to the school community council to decide how they want to form that. So each
Well, the school community council would have control
however
over
they
the
wanted to.
they'd have control over the parents, and I would think the administration would have control over who's selected
Well,
one of the teachers, right?
Yeah, so our policy says at least one administrator, a licensed teacher who is currently teaching English language arts or a subject relevant to the challenge material, and parents of current students at the school. And those parents generally come from the school community council. At least when I've been in a school community council, the principal says I need a couple of people for a review committee, and
I
people
think
volunteer.
we can add the word under the direction of the school community council, so they can choose to have them there or appoint someone in their stead.
When we're looking at policy, I'm always hoping for clarity, and I think that the point about how does this committee get formed is an important one, and I think it ought to be put into policy how that is formed. If not the outcome, the process.
So
The
let's
school
add
community
that.
council must approve, or let's get as specific as we can, so that if you do delegate that responsibility, that you at least have confidence in the process for deciding who is on that committee. I think that's since this policy has been implemented, I think that's an area that's vague that I think could be sharpened up.
I agree with that.
I feel good about how we've been doing it. I just don't feel that it's outlined in policy.
Let's
to the degree
match
it
the
should
pol-
be.
let's have the policy match our practice.
Which is the
We
same
have
thing with
established a
restricting the book.
practice. Yeah, if we've established a practice that's working, let's have the policy match our practice.
We've been talking a lot about how important it is for the parents to be able to specify what content is available to their children, that they're the ultimate authority in what their children can see or read. But I guess, so that begs the question, at least in my mind, why do these committees have teachers and administrators on them? If we're so if we're so vigilant or want to be so vigilant about the parents making that decision, why do we have up to 49%? I mean, there has to be at least one extra parent, apparently, right, according to the policy. Why do we have up to 49% of that group that's making the decision, not the parents?
To answer the educational value of the book.
And to
The law
maintain
says there's two ways to look at a book. You can have a bright line rule, or you can look at it as a whole. If you're going to look at a book as a whole, you need to know the educational value. And that's where the educators come in. Let me tell you the educational value of Romeo and Juliet. Because if you're upset about that one scene, I understand, but let me explain the educational value of studying Romeo and Juliet. And that's where the teachers come in.
And I think we also gain a lot of consistency with having people who are employed and educated and trained through district policy, right? Like, we could have a new set of parents every review, potentially. So I hope that there's someone who's there to say, here's what you're looking for, here is the documentation that you need, and it affords that consistency between committees.
Yeah, that's the other shortcoming of the policy is that, from what I've heard, a few of the committees that I've heard about, people who were involved weren't properly trained on what they were supposed to do.
So do we need to put a training piece into the policy?
We have talked about that so much.
Okay, so I've thought about that, and our policies allow for guidelines. You know, for example, the dress code. There's a dress code policy, and then there's the guideline that we hand out. So let's create a guideline. Let's simply say, here's the guideline for those of you who serve on this committee.
And please know that there is a guideline already created.
So let's just implement an official guideline for those chosen to review books on a committee. Here's the guideline.
And link it to policy.
So do we implement the guideline, or does superintendent?
Superintendent
implement the
typically
guidelines?
implements the guidelines.
But let's
He's
be
always brought it to
transparent
us.
about that and make sure that we post those guidelines so that
which is exactly what we do with the dress code. Here's the guideline. There's a piece of paper. Here's the guideline. Here's the policy.
Ms. Goff has shown us that. There are always concerns that if you make it a part of policy, that someone could come back and say, you didn't say if there's a checklist for bright line rule. We link to all of the laws in our policy, and so that is assumed, but again, it goes back to which law do you want to follow, which document do you want to follow. They're not all consistent.
I didn't get a chance to respond to Mr. Dunford. He explained the reason why we have teachers. And I agree, that's a good reason. And I would go along with it if we had a way up front, like we kind of talked about, to remove books automatically that violate bright line rule. That's where according to HB 374, that's where the parents are supposed to be involved at that level, identifying sensitive material. What we're finding in some cases is that the 5 parents on the committee, or maybe 4 of the parents, or maybe 3 of the parents, don't want a book in the school because it violates bright line rule. But the 4 administrators and 1 or 2 of the parents say, we want it there because it has educational value. That's the part of the process that bothers me. If we had something in place that removed books, if it's a librarian, I know we don't want targets on our librarians' backs. If there was a process in place to automatically remove books that violated bright line rule, then the mix of teachers and parents on the committee makes perfect sense. But short of that, it doesn't make sense to me.
Can we have in place a well-trained district review committee that reviews just for Brightline? So when it's challenged for Brightline, it just goes straight to a district review, because those books should be automatically off our shelf anyways. They should not go through the review process. So would that be the win-win situation where if I challenge it for Brightline only, a district review kicks in, they review it for Brightline, because that shouldn't be even in the restricted area.
I would love that.
So we could basically have 2 different types of reviews. If I challenge it for Brightline, it's going to be reviewed by the district first, and then if they don't pull it, then I have to challenge it for its overall value.
So I'm curious too about what the purpose of the ad hoc committee is when we are discussing, like, do we want to discuss all the changes here, or I thought the ad hoc committee was to bring forward changes and then discuss what the ad hoc committee brings forward, and then I don't know.
We brought a list of recommendations, and now we're having board discussion about them.
To see if
Okay.
there's other areas that we need
And
to
then we're looking
explore.
for other areas to explore also. Okay.
Because ultimately, it's all of us that are going to make that decision. Is that something that we want to explore?
I'm in favor of that.
As I am too.
Automatic district level
Brightline.
review if it's being challenged for Brightline. And we'd have to modify the form too, right? The challenge form, to indicate that.
I would be
That's
comfortable if, I don't even know how to do this, but I would be very comfortable if we came up with like a red, yellow, green system that said, look, there are some books in our library that are obviously inappropriate. And there are some books in our library that need to be discussed and reviewed. And I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to shortchange the review process to anything that should be reviewed. But I agree that some books have been brought to my attention that I just think, how could the contents of that book be so valuable that it taken as a whole would be worth putting in the library? I've questioned. There are some books that are so egregious that I would say that's kind of a no-brainer. And so, yeah, I would love to have someone say, here are the no-brainers. We've identified a handful of no-brainers. can we just bright line rule them or however we want to tackle it? But the others where there really ought to be a review process, we handle a review process.
So you're saying a district review for a bright line.
I would say anything that's in the red category
Okay.
should be reviewed by an ad hoc committee that just says, can we purge our libraries of things that are very much inappropriate
Which
for
violate law, basically.
which violate the law.
Yeah.
So you're saying if someone were to say, please reference pages X through Y in this review, we only have to read pages X through Y. If it's clearly in violation, the book is removed without a thorough review.
If it's against the law, it shouldn't be in our library.
Yes.
Now, it becomes questionable when, okay, that I can see that, you know what I'm saying, that all of a sudden it becomes a yellow, and those ought to be reviewed. But I do believe there is a list, there are a handful of books that have crept into our libraries that are simply not appropriate for the library. I agree.
A preliminary screening I'm reading.
preliminary
I'm reading
screening.
another district's policy
Yeah,
right now.
a lot of districts have this in place, and that's what puts all the weight on that
So
library.
preliminary screening to say, yep, this is definitely a problem, it's out, or questionable, go to the review committee.
I like that.
Okay, so, I just turned off, but, so the thing is, well, there is no thing, but just in our policy in D, section D, line 15, letter A, small I, there are all these, consider all elements of the definitions of pornographic or indecent materials as defined in Utah Code sections, this, and this. And so I guess it's all just, we're looking at the definitions, but in the 76-12-27, in section 2, it does say, subject to subsection 2C, this section and section 76-10-12-28 do not apply to any material which, when taken as a whole, has serious value for minors. And with that line, and maybe I'm not taking that quite right. And then B says, as used in subsection 2A, serious value means having serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors, taking into consideration the ages of all minors who could be exposed to the material. When I read that makes me think that a straight, bright line rule is not, maybe it is the product that the HB 374 wanted was a bright line, but it's not the process that is directed by the legislation that's affected by HB 374, when I read it. So I just think we need to be careful with using words like bright line, because how do we define, is profanity, any book with profanity, any book that mentions any part of human anatomy, is that going to fulfill sensitive material issues for a bright line? I just feel very uncomfortable using a bright line process, and even the term bright line, because bright line seems like it's a very specific, definite thing. And so anything with any mention of this, any mention of anything, or any profanity, any certain words, any racial slurs might be a sensitive thing. Any book that has any of this, is that, and so maybe I'm misunderstanding what bright line means, but
Bright line's defined in the statute, and it's used in the statute, so I believe that we should use it in our policy.
Maybe Mr. Van Komen could help clarify that.
There's four aspects. It's 76-10-227, 1A, little Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, for me, the problem is number 2. Numbers 1, 3, and 4 are very descriptive, and I think that those three are the bright line rule they're trying to achieve. It's number 2 that's the problem, because it seems to suggest any act of human sexual intercourse would hit the bright line. Well, that's where the Bible gets into trouble. That's where Romeo and Juliet get into trouble. Not 1, not 3, not 4. It's number 2. And so if we just simply say, number 2 is the yellow area that needs to be reviewed, but numbers 1, 2, and 3 are the red areas that would get a book completely removed.
And so, Daryl, could you tell me where I don't remember seeing Brightline. Do you know which code, like which number? I don't know how to refer this. Which
7, 6, 10, 12, 27.
Well,
and it
that's
says
what
the
we're-
word Brightline.
No.
Okay, so it's not said
legal term.
Brightline.
Mr.
I know what.
Is the term bright line defined in statute?
No.
Okay. Is that the answer to the question you were asking?
Yeah, because I feel like if we're,
So we can just call it indecent public displays?
well, I feel like bright line, when we take a bright line stance, what I understand that to mean is it's very, like any mention of any of these things will remove a book.
And to be honest, I have heard that term referred in this context by multiple legislators,
I have too.
especially the Education Committee.
I've heard that term
That is
used.
why I've adopted it.
And but for me, I want to look at what is actually in this right here instead of I feel like
I'm good with copying this right into our policy.
well there's a link to it right in our
Well,
policy.
it is, but we could define it even closer.
And so you want to make it bright line any mention of any of this and
I
the
just
book.
want to make sure that what we adopt is following the state law.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Dunford that 2 is the only one that I feel like is pretty subjective. Everything else is pretty detailed description.
Also, right above those 4 items, it says description or depiction. It doesn't say a mention. I mean, I know this is
Yeah.
splitting hairs here, but sometimes that's the shock that we get when we read some of these excerpts, is because there's a play-by-play of what's going on. There's a description of it rather than just a mention of it.
Right.
You know?
You can get the point without so many details,
But
right?
I guess the bottom line is a well-trained district review committee could look at this law and know whether or not it violates the law and should just be removed immediately.
And it really is true that they can do it without a full reading of the book.
And so I think that adding that step in takes pressure off of our librarians from having to make that decision, puts it to a well-trained group that knows this law inside and out, and they can make that determination before it's challenged further.
And I would even, going to Mr. Barnett's point, if there's a dozen of these or less, and we only have to read a handful of pages, I think this board could do that.
Interesting.
I think this board could take the assignment to say, people have drawn attention to these 20 books and these pages of those books. I could swallow that with my schedule and say, yes, to me, that's an illegal book, and I would say yes. So we could actually do that at our level, not necessarily a district review level. If it's digestible enough like that, then I could do it at the board level. But if it's 100 books and you have to read the entire book, there's no way I can do that.
Okay, we need a break before business meeting. So we can bringing up this discussion again after business meeting, or we can send all the feedback that we have to the ad hoc committee. What's your preference?
I need to hear everybody's response to what Mr. Denver just said before I can go back to ad hoc.
Okay. Ponder that during this next little bit then, and we'll come back to a brief study session at our end. So we're going to take a break, and then we'll meet back up at 6:30. Hey, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is October 17th, 2023, and we are grateful to have all of you here with us tonight, both in person and online. School year is going well, and we're all looking forward to fall break next week. Little chance to take some time off and to get renewed and refreshed. So we've got several things on our agenda tonight, and we are going to start out first of all, by welcoming Copper Hills High School here. It is great to have you. Our Copper Hills High School drill team will be doing our flag ceremony, and so we will turn the time to them. Oh, and actually, so flag ceremony by Copper Hills High School drill team, and then the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Carson, Mary, and Maddie Neto, who are student government officers at Copper Hills High School. And then following them, we'll have the reverence by Isaac Emmett, who is the SBO Vice President, and then a celebrating schools presentation by Sydney Bruff, who is the SBO President.
Repeat after us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may now be seated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Left.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this day. We thank Thee for the opportunity for us to be able to be here at this meeting, and we're grateful for the time and the effort that the school board has put into their responsibilities. Please bless us this day that we may return home with a blessing of safety, and we're grateful for Copper Hills and the wonderful school that it is to all of its students. We pray for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Hello, my name is Sydney Bruff, and I'm the SBO president at Copper Hills High School. Copper Hills is such a great school with many unique celebratory achievements. Our school opened in 1995 and serves just below 3,000 students. Copper Hills welcomes visitors and values relationships we have with the community and local businesses. At Copper Hills, we have amazing students. They excel in many aspects of our school, from sports, fine arts, academics, and much more. We have so many talented people who work hard to achieve their goals. Several CH students, organizations, and teams have been recognized at both national and state levels. Just recently, Copper Hills HOSA achieved the #1 largest high school blood drive in the nation. Getting students actively involved in high school can be a challenge. One of the ways that we work with this problem is by holding a once-a-month meeting called Principals Roundtable. Club representatives, student government, and administration meet together to discuss all activities and news for the organizations and groups at our school. We all work together as a council when school issues are presented. This helps spread word throughout our school and teaches the importance of supporting other people. Copper Hills staff does a great job at helping students start their further education process and plan for life after high school. We are the lead school in the district with the most concurrent enrollment class options, as well as the number of students that are enrolled in them. We also maintain the district's highest AP passing ratio. At our school, we have a club called CH Pals. This stands for Copper Hills Positively Affecting Lives. Members of this club help, advocate, and support all students at our school with disabilities. Our special education classes are an elective class for students to take. This provides the opportunity for many to have friends, spread inclusion, and learn life skills. All of the kids at our school with disabilities are included in sports, socials, and other school events. The Special Olympics of North America has recently congratulated our school for being accepted as one of the Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools in their National Recognition Program. We will be participating in an assembly where local news channels are invited to come as we are presented with a National Banner Award to put in our school. At Copper Hills, we have recently established a Culture and Diversity Committee. This committee is where people from all cultural clubs and positions go to represent their club and help use their platform and resources to make Copper Hills a more inclusive, welcoming, and diverse place. They help create an atmosphere where everyone and everything is respected and treated equally. Our school is also the first school in our district to get a Student Government Culture and Diversity Officer position. Our winter charity fundraiser, called Pause for a Cause, is unique and different from how other schools often do their fundraisers. Everyone works together to donate and fundraise money from the community, often in exchange for acts of service. All of our money is either physically brought in and counted or is done so online. The money we raise is not donated to one organization, but is instead put into a fund at Copper Hills where it goes solely right back into our community. Throughout the school year, student government and administration will work together to help those that are in need. We frequently cover funeral and medical bills. We have given to families in our community that are fighting illnesses and diseases. We have helped a family whose house flooded and another that burned down. We also often partner with Make-A-Wish to further their cause in our area. In December, we have the opportunity to anonymously shop for multiple families in our area who are struggling in any way. With that gift, we also give blankets that have been tied by our student body. Pause for a Cause has a memorable history, and many community members look forward to it every year. Pause for a Cause gives everyone a chance to stop and feel like they are participating in something bigger than themselves. They remember how they felt taking part in this cause and how they have helped to make others feel. Our Pause for a Cause initiative is one of the celebrations that make our school Copper Hills. At our student leadership camp at Utah State University this summer, our student government came together to create a theme for our school. Our 2023-2024 school year theme is Together as One. This theme focuses on the importance and of the power of being together. Everyone's high school experience looks different, and that is how it should be. We all have different backgrounds, likes and dislikes. We enjoy different things and have different strengths. High school students hear and see every day that it is our differences that divide us, but it is actually our differences that benefit us the most, and is what makes Copper Hills the unique place that it is. These differences are what will lead to our combined strength, because together we are better. Staying together shows progress. We hope to help others learn, but coming together is where we begin. Staying together shows progress, and working together is how we will succeed. We're so grateful for the opportunity that we had to come and celebrate Copper Hills with you guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and well done. Can we get everyone who is associated with Copper Hills to stand up? That's students, parents, administrators. Okay, thank you for being here tonight. And students, we'd like to give you a pin, so we're going to ask you to come up starting on at this end and either shake hands or knuckles, whatever you're comfortable with, and we'd like to meet you and give you a pin. Thank you, Copper Hills. That was great. Our next agenda item is to have our board recognitions, and we are going to start out with a special recognition. Several of us board members had the opportunity last week to attend the State Unified Soccer Tournament, and we had several schools actually participate in that. I believe Mountain Ridge, Riverton, West Jordan, and Harriman played in the preliminary, and Harriman made it to the state playoffs. And so we have invited our Harriman Unified Soccer team here today, and so I will turn the time over to Mr. Robinson to tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, can we have the Harriman Unified Soccer team stand up for a sec? All right. Once again, I thought it was appropriate that it just tied in perfectly to what Sydney said from Copper Hills about how they have their unified program. And this is dear to my heart. I started my college education with going into special education and helping these wonderful, amazing kids. And as mentioned, Abby Cox has really worked up the Show Up for Education. And a big point of what she's been working, our First Lady, is getting the unified sports program to grow. And I just want to be very intentional in mentioning that the Jordan School District has led the way in our participation in unified sports and really given a place for every student every single day. And so we've teamed up, the Jordan School District and the Jordan Education Foundation have teamed up with Utah High School Activities Association and Special Olympics, and just helping give an opportunity to special needs students and the general education students to participate in unified sports. And I can't tell you how important that is, as I've taught near our high schools, to be able to watch our students in our general population become peer tutors to these wonderful kids and really include them in everything they do. It's just one of the most remarkable things that I see. For the first time ever, the Unified Middle School Soccer Tournament was held on October 5th, and we had 9 teams from 5 different middle schools: Joel P. Jensen, Mountain Creek, Oker Hill, South Jordan, and West Jordan middle schools. In addition, the Jordan District fielded 7 teams from 4 different high schools. They included Copper Hills, Harriman, Riverton, and West Jordan that participated in the Unified Soccer Tournament, hosted by Hillcrest on September 12th, and then October 5th, they had another tournament. All 7 teams in our district represented us really well, but it's super cool that the team that just stood up, the Unified Soccer program from Harriman High School, was invited to participate in the state finals at Real Salt Lake American First Field on October 10th, which many of us participated in. Harriman High Mustangs did a wonderful job there. We were able to watch them. We just are really proud of this team, the administration, the special education, and teachers and coaches, and the proud parents, and just wanted to tonight celebrate this wonderful group, and groups like this throughout our district. This will continue to grow, and I think Jordan District has continued to pledge that this will be a high priority in our district. And I also just want to mention that Dr. Godfrey is a leader in this and is mentioned every time I go to an event like this. He's mentioned over and over again for his support in our unified sports programs. And so thank you. Can we get,
Before we get them
go
to
ahead.
come up, can we get, is Mr. Kornberg here? And is there did he have a video to show? Okay,
Oh,
can we have Mr.
perfect.
Kornberg come up and talk for just a minute, and then we've got a little video clip.
Perfect.
If I may, I'm really proud. I stopped by the classroom today just to see if they were for sure coming tonight. Of course, they informed me that they absolutely were on their way tonight. And I told them, I said, we can learn a lot from you, how to work together as a team. I pulled my hands together. You guys come together nicely as a team. And I think it was as exemplified. I'm going to give a shout out to Orem, who we played in the final game. And after the game, one of our players was upset. We got beat. And I'm not going to say we didn't take care of it in the parking lot, because we did. But joking. But our student was very upset. And one of the Orem players came over and hugged our kid. It's going to be okay. It's okay. And it was enough. And so very proud of this movement and being involved in unified sports. They are amazing athletes, and our school is blessed because of them. So thank you.
Your school's also hosted some of these events, so we're thankful for that. Here's the video, right? Let's go, team! Let's go, team! Let's go, team!
That was awesome. Way to send the team off in style.
I'd cry on every one of these. We would like to recognize those students. If they would just, again, stand up and come to this side, we'd like to just award you with a pin and just thank you for your great efforts. Thank you. Todd, you're amazing. Thank you. Congratulations. That farm kid did dance. I got one.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you. There we go. That was awesome. Thank you.
And thank you to all of your parents. We couldn't do this without you. Okay, well, that's a hard one to top, but does anyone else have a recognition?
Well, I just want to mention that in the past month I've gone to two amazing events at Joel P. Jensen Middle School. They had a fall fest that coincided with parent-teacher conferences, and it included performances by student groups, and also so many fun activities. They had people doing nails, they were doing crafts, they were doing science experiments, and it was really fun and amazing. And they also had dinner, and it was packed. And then also I went to the band and orchestra concert last week, and the whole parking lot, well, not the whole parking lot, but I ended up parking in, I think, the absolute farthest away parking spot from the front door, because the parking lot was full. The whole Kiva was full. It was standing room only. Thankfully, the fire marshal did not show up, because it was just jam-packed with students and families, and the advanced orchestra and concert band sounded outstanding. And because I love this sort of thing, I felt like beginning band and beginning orchestra sounded outstanding also. So I just wanted to shout out Joel P. Jensen, and also the instrumental music teacher, Abby Erickson. She's amazing. Thanks.
Thank you. Any others? just want to give a couple of shout outs. Also, first of all, to our CTE people for holding agricultural days at our Bastion Agricultural Center. All of our 7th graders had the opportunity to go to that. And how cool is that, that right here in the middle of the big city, we get to give all of our students a little bit of farm experience. I think that's a great opportunity for them. I was also able to attend the fall festival put on by the Jordan Child Development Center here at Karisu, and that was a super fun event for those students too. I think a couple other board members were at that one. And then the Wasatch Front Invitational, which is a band competition that Riverton High School host. I was able to give out awards at that one. And congratulations to West Jordan High, took 2nd place in the 5A division, and Riverton High took 2nd place in the 6A division at that competition. So yeah, it's competition season. They're busy every weekend with competitions. It's a fun time. Okay, Superintendent, do you have a recognition?
Yes, I'd just like to mention that last week, I want to get the term right, was school terms matter. I think it was School Nutrition Week. Is that right, Scott? When he says yeah that way, he means that was close enough, Superintendent.
I'm not sure.
I'm going to honor our nutrition services workers because last week was a week of some name reminding us of the hard work that they do. And it's not, it's breakfast, it's lunch, it's a lot more than that. It's a connection. It's a constant, and it's something that continued to happen throughout COVID. That is the one group that kept providing the exact services in the exact same way. I mean, yeah, we had to-go meals, but they scrambled. There was not a day off on providing lunch and breakfast, and I'm never going to forget that. So to our nutrition services workers, I honestly think about them every week because I'm pretty amazed at the work that they do. And if you haven't tried the macaroni and cheese, look on the calendar, do yourself a favor and stop by. Now, I'm also going to tell you a preview of a podcast, an episode of the Supercast that's coming up. And we were contacted by a couple from one of our high schools. They'd met after high school, but they both attended Bingham High School. And a husband contacted us because his wife was dying for the spicy chicken sandwich at Bingham, and she talked about it so much. So we took down a dozen sandwiches and made their day. So anyway, the food sticks with you. It's a memory maker, and it's really important aspect of what we do for kids, just to make sure that everyone has a meal during the day and to start the day. And like I said, our nutrition services workers make a lasting impact. That's just kind of a fun evidence of the lasting impact that they have. But I'm just really appreciative to them. Nobody starts work earlier in the day, except maybe Scott Thomas. Scott gets there pretty early. But nobody starts earlier, and nobody works faster, because when kids are coming in, you gotta get them through. So anyway, I just really appreciate our nutrition services workers and thank them for all of their service.
Thank you. Okay, our next agenda item is our public comment period. And this is something that is important to our board. We value input from our community and the opportunity to hear from our residents, our students, and our employees. Just if you're not familiar with our process, this is our time to that you can comment on things that are not on the meeting's agenda. We may ask staff to follow up. We may discuss things on a future agenda, but silence does not mean that we support or oppose. It means that we're listening to your feedback. The board does not take public comment on personnel issues. So if you have an issue with an individual employee, we ask that you just contact us individually about that rather than bring it up in the public meeting. So the board will take public comment, first of all, from in-person, and then we do have some that have been submitted online. So we'll take in-person first. Everyone's comments can be a maximum of 3 minutes, and we ask you to be respectful of the time. And then also, when I call your name and you come to the podium, please state your name so that we can make sure we have the right person speaking. We will start out with comments by elected officials, and we have at least one here tonight. Mayor Burton, did you have something you wanted to share?
Yes, I would love to. By the way, thank you for sending me the agendas for your meetings every time. I might not come to very many meetings, but I do look at the agendas, and when I saw that Copper Hills was on here today, I knew I needed to come. And then, of course, West Jordan's on the agenda later on on there as well. So Copper Hills did a great job. They're a fantastic school. Thank you for being part of our community and letting us be a part of your community. I love the relationship that we have, and I hope to keep that being strong as we go forward and make good things happen within our city and within the school district. It's always a pleasure to work with you. So these events, sometimes I get to go to some of your school events too, and it's always a pleasure to see some of your board members show up to those events. So thank you, board members, for being involved in your schools and in our community with our kids. I think that's great. In fact, I got a Halloween parade I get to go to in a couple of weeks at one of your schools. So that's going to be exciting as well. I'm looking forward to that. And then I missed it, but there was the demolition derby that Daryl participated in. And you did too, Tracy?
Good thing they ran out of the car. My car didn't work, and so.
Oh, you didn't get to drive?
No, my car didn't work, so my life was preserved.
Well, thank you for coming to West Jordan and participating in the demolition derby.
Awesome.
That was pretty cool. So there is another item on the agenda that has to do with West Jordan. It has to do with transfer some land from Jordan School District to West Jordan, which I'm going to try and stick around for that part. But if you have any, do you expect any questions or comments you'll need from me? I only know the top surface part because I don't get into the big details. So I wanted just to thank you for doing that to help us in that progress. 90th South is going through, and your property goes into the part of the area that was preserved for 90th South, and that's the part that you'll be transferring over to the city so we can have that go through. So thank you for doing that and working together with us as we serve the same people. But outside of that, I know this is probably strange, but do you have any questions you want to ask the Mayor of West Jordan while I'm standing here?
Thank you. I think we're good. Thank you for being here.
We
We know your number if we need to ask.
I hope you have that on your auto dial on your phones. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, patron comments. First up, we have Sarah Bennett, and then Sarah will be followed by Wyatt Frampton. Is Sarah here? Okay, we will have Wyatt Frampton, followed by Belinda Gambrino.
I'm Wyatt Frampton. I teach at Jordan Academy for Technology and Careers, the North Campus. Probably a lot of people don't know. Hopefully Mayor Burton does. We do spay and neuters for the West Jordan Animal Shelter. And in the past 5 years, we've done well over 1,000 spays and neuters for dogs, cats, feral animals. One of the reasons I'm here is recently my co-teacher, Riley, has been told that he cannot come to school any longer. He has been there since I started in 2014, and now he's been told that he can't come. There is no problem with Riley. He has been great. Things that we've done with Riley is that we draw blood off Riley. He's a restraint animal that we practice. He's kind of the class mascot. He's there to be rubbed on by all the cats and kittens we have there at the facility. And for whatever reason, he has been deemed to be no longer welcome at the facility. This is one of my most prized possessions. In 2015, I had a student with autism, and his mother painted this for me with Riley. I had to take it out of my living room because my kids got jealous, and so it's now in my bedroom, but I brought this to school to try to explain, which I can't very well explain, why Riley wasn't here today. And so I just would like to bring that about. He recently, I had a student from Life Design who has autism, and the teacher brought him down, and Riley laid next to him and calmed him down. And if nothing else, Riley's a good therapy animal for these students that are struggling sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll have Belinda Gambino, and then followed by Paula Butterfield.
All right, I'm Belinda Gambrino with an R.
Ah, got it. Thank
Not
you.
the mafia family. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I am a librarian here at the Jordan School District. I have a master's in library science, a library media endorsement, and I also have my teaching certification. This is my 8th year here. I was 4 years at Joel P. Jensen, and I recently opened up Hidden Valley Middle School, and it's my 4th year at Hidden Valley. I am a mother of a middle schooler. Condolences are accepted. But my daughter and I, we're big into reading. We read about 40 books per year together. From Bob books to Beehive books, we're always reading. I read about 40 to 50 books on top of that, and usually in the middle school genre. I want to start out by saying that I love my library. I've kind of been known to brag about it quite a bit, maybe to excess, but I'm really proud of it. It's beautiful. I mean, I miss Joel P. Jensen, but I now have these gigantic windows, and it's bright and cheery, and the sun comes in. So I really do love my library. I take my role as a librarian super seriously. I'm especially in the curation of my collection. In developing my collection, I'm very careful to consider many purchasing options, reviews, etc., to maintain my budget. I'm looking at my circulation stats, my school's demographics, their learning needs, the interest of my student population, and of course what's trending. I gotta try to keep up on that. I'm out there in the stacks every day providing recommendations and also listening to their interests, right on the spot. And so I also cultivate relationships with the teachers, so I can purchase materials that support the curriculum. I find that each year, though, as new teachers come in, I get an opportunity to maybe reinforce another part of my collection to support their needs. I have served, as I mentioned, at 2 different schools. My current library collection is really unique and is ever-changing. I opened the library bare shelves, creating a starter collection that has evolved with each grade advances to the next, and each seventh grade that comes in. I'm always building what they're interested in, and doing real-time support of what my teachers need. When I visit
Can you please
other
wrap
middle
it up?
Okay, sure. Yes, got my one last paragraph. When I visit other middle schools in the district, I'm always amazed at how distinctive each library and that can only be a testimony to the highly qualified teacher librarians responsive to their own unique populations, students, teachers, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paula Butterfield, followed by Samantha Clements.
Good evening. My name is Paula Butterfield. I am, excuse me, I'm the teacher librarian at Oker Hills Middle School. And before receiving my library media endorsement, I was a middle school language arts teacher for 13 years. I became a teacher because I love to read and I wanted to share my love of reading with my students. This is my 4th year as a librarian, and I really have loved the change being in the library full time. And that's because I believe that school libraries are essential as they provide students with additional opportunities to learn new skills and help them recognize that reading is the key to finding answers to all their questions. As a librarian, I really enjoy making the library a fun and inviting place to be. My assistant and I enjoy decorating the library for the different holidays and seasons, and the students seem to enjoy the change in atmosphere that each month brings. We always receive compliments about how fun it is to be in the library. It is also a popular place in the morning before school. Students gather to play games and they socialize with their friends. This year I've also noticed an increase in students requesting to come to the library during Eagle Hour, which is our enrichment time, and they like to come there so that they can have a quiet place to read or do homework. Students are also able to visit the library after they eat lunch, and for many students, the library provides a more quiet atmosphere as opposed to the social buzz in the cafeteria. Something that is of utmost importance to me in my library is creating a library that appeals to all of the students, and I try to do this by having a variety of activities and contests so the library has something to offer everyone. We just recently had our first altered book contest where students could take a discarded book and transform it into a piece of art, and we had some really amazing entries. This month, students can guess how many pieces of candy are in the witch's cauldron, and they are having fun doing that. One tradition that I did carry over from the previous librarian is having a book club during lunches. So 10 students from each lunch come once a week and discuss the book that we are currently reading. I provide fun activities that relate to the book, and we always play some kind of trivia game about the book when we're finished. Besides providing a social setting where students can share their love of books, Book Club provides an opportunity for students to practice their speaking and listening skills as well in a smaller setting. And it's rewarding to see the progression of the more quiet and hesitant students over the course of the year as they get more brave and bold in contributing to those conversations. The last thing that I want to touch on tonight is that each of our school libraries serve a unique demographic, and therefore each librarian should be able to choose books that meet the needs of his or her students. At Oker Hills, I have been working to add more diverse books to the collection that will allow students to learn more about people from different ethnic backgrounds, because reading a book about a person who is different helps students develop tolerance and empathy for others, which is something that's lacking in our society. As librarians, we know our student body, and we would like to retain the ability to curate our collections so that they meet the needs of the students at our school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Samantha Clements, followed by Miranda Johnson.
Hello, my name is Samantha Clements, and I'm here about an agenda item regarding Aspen Elementary. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight. I am a licensed educator in the state, previously having taught elementary, but I'm on hiatus to raise my 3 small children. But tonight I'm here regarding another role, the role of raising my children and being the mom of a boy who started at Aspen Elementary this year in kindergarten. We've been members of this community since before Aspen was built. We were actually one of the first people to purchase a lot north of South Jordan Parkway, close to where it resides. And we were thrilled when we saw how close this school would be to our home. Having taught at a dual immersion school earlier in my career in the state, as my son has approached school age and we moved into the district, I was excited to look into the different options for immersion in the district. And I learned that we had 2 neighboring schools, one offering Mandarin and the other offering Spanish. As I learned more, though, it became clear that the school in Harriman that had the Spanish immersion program is pretty hard to get into, and most of the families outside of the boundaries don't get in, from what I've been told. As I've been a member of this community for about 3.5 years, I've spoken with several parents who share the hope that a dual immersion school would be close to home. In particularly offering Spanish. I do have friends who drive their kids over to East Lake, close to Aspen, for the Mandarin program, but Spanish has been at the forefront of those conversations. My goal in coming here tonight is, of course, a little selfish, to show support for this program for my own 3 children that will attend Aspen, and additionally many neighbors and friends, kids who would like to have the program. But also because in my own previous experiences, I've found the way that dual immersion can really strengthen not only the school culture, but that of the entire community. By supporting the native Spanish speakers we have in our community and furthering their education, as well as immersing their peers in this culture. There hasn't been a week since my son started at Aspen where he hasn't come home sharing the different students in his class who've spoken Spanish and how cool that is to him that they can speak another language. And I feel really excited about the opportunity that we have to potentially have this program in our neighborhood. I hope that our community will be able to be surveyed to see and just gauge what the interest is like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Miranda Johnson, followed by Gwennon Park.
Hi, my name is Miranda Johnson. This is my dog Rhea. I am currently attending JATC North Campus, and I'm taking Dr. Frampton's veterinary assisting course. I'm here in support of Dr. Frampton. I would like to say that him and his dog have been a key point in helping Rhea become the dog that she needs to be to attend school with me. If Riley had not been there during the summer when I attended Dr. Frampton's summer course, I believe that Rhea would not have had quite as much socialization as she needed. He's a very tolerant dog. If he hadn't put up with her puppy antics, I think she may not have been quite as tolerable as she is now. Riley is an amazing dog. Everybody in the class loves him, and he is often used in class to demonstrate physically where on a dog's body we might give vaccines, or we might place a catheter, or how to restrain a dog, or anything like that. I implore you, please, make it possible that Riley is able to attend class with us again. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gwennon Park.
Hi, my name is Gwennon Park. I am also attending JATC for the veterinary science program. This program has been my dream since I was little, and Dr. Frampton is the most amazing teacher I have had in my life. He has taught me everything that I would want to know. He is the sweetest, most generous person I've ever met. He's so caring and admirable, and he cares about every individual student in the classroom, in and out of school. If I tell him I'm doing something on the weekend, he'll ask me about it the next day. And Riley is a key component in this class. Riley has been there for every single person in the class. There are some days where we're really emotional, things haven't gone well with surgeries, and Riley has been there, and Dr. Frampton has been there. Riley shows us how to place vaccines where we're supposed to cut if we're doing surgeries, and not having him in class today was really hard. He's been there since day one, and he did nothing wrong. He's the sweetest, most loving dog, and I generously ask you to please try and bring Riley back to the class he deserves to be in. Thank you.
Thank you. We will ask Mr. Larson now to read our email comments.
So board members, I will forward to you a few emails that I received that mention personnel by name or position. So I won't read those, but we'll forward those to you. Denise Anderson. Hello, my name is Denise Anderson. I am one of 4 district elementary library specialists in Jordan District. This is my 11th year in Jordan District and my 35th year overall as a library specialist. I have a bachelor's degree in education and a master's in instructional technology with an emphasis in school library media. As a district elementary library specialist, I am over the library program in 10 of our district elementary schools. I do training for library assistants, write curriculum, order books, and help make sure the library program is running smoothly in the schools. When I do book orders, District Policy AA440, Library Media Selection and Review, along with my professional experience and expertise, is my guide. The selection criteria is clear and has recently been updated to reflect the current law. As it states in the policy that I will follow, quote, because of the volume of materials that are purchased each year, they are also evaluated based on credible reviews from professional publications, professional recommendations, award recipients, and other professional sources, end quote. I do consult many sources as I make decisions on the books I buy for my schools. If there are any issues with the books I order, the library materials review portion of that policy is in place to help guide the reconsideration process. AA440 is a good policy. It guides us in purchasing high quality, relevant books for our students. I support this policy as it stands. Thank you, Denise Anderson. Crystal Hansen. Hello, board members. Thank you for your time. I have been a librarian in Jordan School District for 11 years, and I'm a parent of children who have grown up attending various JSD schools. I want to comment on a trend that I have found disturbing in our community over the last few years. It seems to me that a vocal minority is seeking to legislate what happens in schools and libraries based on a narrow set of criteria and their biased personal beliefs. They want to dictate policy based on fear and untruths, like the idea that there is pornography in our school libraries. There simply is not, and it has been hurtful for librarians who work hard every day to help students become lifelong readers and learners to be characterized in this manner. Our selection policies and practices work, and the choices librarians make for their schools are thoughtful and well-researched. There may be books that need to be reviewed from time to time, but our policies acknowledge this and work well to address it. I would also like to remind the community that school libraries are meant to serve a wide variety of students and have materials available for all kids. Not every material will be interesting or appropriate for every student. That is why there is free choice. Students are not required by their librarians to read any book they do not feel comfortable with. If one student puts down a book because it's not in line with their values or their family's values, another student may pick up the same book and have it be a perfect fit. That's the beauty of libraries. We need a wide variety of books available because our schools serve a diverse public. Educators, including librarians, must strive to serve every student they encounter if they are to be effective. not just the kids who are like them. We talk about the dangers of bullying a lot in education, but in my neighborhood, a student was recently singled out and forced to listen to ugly words said about her by adults. A family friend of mine has a child who recently made a suicide attempt due to being bullied about her sexual orientation and gender identity. It's not right, and it is not in line with who I hope we are as a district. Book banning and discrimination are not unrelated. Book bans disproportionately target books with people of color and queer authors and characters. The ADAA-JSD non-discrimination policy states that, quote, the district does not discriminate in its educational programs or activities, admissions practices, or employment. I will email you the rest of the comment. That was Crystal Hansen. Next is Callie Fielding. I would like first to thank the board and the district for giving paid maternity leave. I know this hasn't always been an option for many of my colleagues. I have been with Jordan School District my whole teaching career, year 5. Last school year, 2022-2023, I learned I was pregnant after a long period of trying. My due date was April 25th. Had my son been born on his due date, per my maternity leave, I would have had from April 25th through the end of the school year off. However, my son didn't come when he was due. He came a week plus late, May 4th. My issue with the policy is I was 40 plus weeks pregnant, and because our policy required me to actually have the baby prior to taking my maternity leave, I would have been teaching in that barely functioning state. Luckily, I was able to take some personal days, so I wasn't completely overwhelmed, but this seems to be a problem. Our paternity leave policies allows fathers to select when they would like to take their leave within the first year of a child's life, but the woman who is carrying and delivering the child is expected to continue working, and in my case, teaching/coaching until they give birth. This seems incredibly unfair, especially when, in my case, I technically didn't get my full 6 weeks because my leave extended through the end of the school year. Men have the option to schedule when they take their time. Why is this not an option for women? My son ended up having to spend a month in the NICU in primary children's because of some issues from the birth. Had he been born any other time throughout the school year, my maternity leave wouldn't have been enough time for me to actually become adjusted to parenthood. In fact, he's now a little over 5 months old, and I still and not physically recovered from my C-section, nor have I been able to mentally recover from the trauma of my experience. I plead with you to extend the maternity leave. Yes, 6 weeks is a great step forward, but it's not enough time. Any woman who has had a child knows 6 weeks is not enough time. It isn't enough time to adjust, to recover physically or mentally, or to truly soak in those first moments with your child. I also would plead with the board to adjust how women are treated when it comes to selecting to use some of their leave prior to the birth of their child. I know not everyone has the available personal days to take in that situation. We're in a female-dominated industry, and we've made strides forward, but we have plenty of room to continue to improve. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Callie Fielding. Sidna Graff. I've heard several patent comments at the last few board meetings that only elected officials should make decisions pertaining to book challenges. The sentiment expressed is that unelected committees shouldn't be making decisions. This doesn't make sense to me. Does that mean that only elected people have a valid voice and opinion? Most of the people who comment at board meetings are unelected. I notice that you listen attentively to them. Thank you for that, and for the time you spend on behalf of our schools. I'm currently the librarian at South Hills Middle School, but when I was a stay-at-home mom, I spent countless hours as a volunteer in the public schools. I was reading mom, room mom, and elementary volunteer on many levels. I spent 5 years on the school community council in middle schools and 4 years on PTSA boards in secondary schools. I also served on the district PTSA board. I'd like to think that my unelected time and efforts were beneficial. Parents who are willing to serve on book challenge committees are also beneficial to schools. They understand the community in which they live. They are willing to thoroughly read a book and have a thoughtful discussion about the book. I trust that parents who go through the process and take their responsibilities seriously will make wise decisions for their community. We have a diverse district. Not all schools are the same. Local committees give parents a say in what is happening in their own school and invest them more deeply in the process of education. Many people are angry when the book they challenge is not banned. Disagreeing with a decision doesn't make the decision invalid. Not getting your way does not mean the policy and process weren't followed correctly. Parents and committee members who follow due process should be given respect and validation for their decisions. I appreciate the work my elected officials do in serving their community. I know that much of public service is a thankless job. I appreciate the work you do as a board. I also appreciate parents who are willing to be involved. I would hope book challenge committees are given the same credit and respect that they deserve. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Sidna Graff. Okay, this is, I just lost the, Jeanette Ullman Blackmer. Many people who inhabit the neighborhood to the east of the CHHS, Copper Hills High School Stadium, complain about the excessively loud noises from activities on the field, broadcasts over the loudspeakers, voices, teenage music, and metronome. Particularly annoying is the metronome. The speakers appear to be pointed directly at our neighborhood, and their noise can be heard at least a mile away. We are circulating a petition with signatures from distant neighbors. The stadium is at 5200 West, and people who live east of 4800 can hear the noise. We reiterate that we are not trying to stop the games or the practices, but we believe that a sound engineer should be called in to test decibel levels and to also determine if there could be an optimal orientation of the existing speakers or recommend improved speakers and/or orientation that might be able to broadcast at a lower volume and still be heard on the field. It has become worse over the last 5 years as more activities are held on the field. There are times that we can't go out into our yards or even hear our televisions in our closed-up rooms facing the school when the speakers are being used. This is particularly true when the metronome is being used. This situation is not fair to the residents. You do not have the right to impose your noise on us any more than we have the right to impose unhealthy things upon your school. We do not infringe upon the school, but the school has stepped over the line with this. The lights are bad enough, but at least they don't make noise and we can cover our windows. We have done all we can do as residents to block the noise, including expensive landscaping and new windows. We are asking you to approve a sound engineer to examine this problem. We are also prepared to hire the attorney to whom we have spoken. She is sure there are violations with what is happening with sound and also lights. And that was Jeanette Ullman Blackmer. And I'll email you the others.
Thank you. That concludes our patron comment section. Thank you to all of those who participated. We will now move on to our general business items. So first of all, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean and a second by Mr. Barnett. Ms. Dean, did you have a comment on that?
I do have a comment on that. So we're approving the minutes from the last business meeting, and while the minutes are correct, what I said that is recorded in the minutes was not correct. So I just want to correct that here. I've mentioned a couple times the employee open house for the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee, and I kept saying it was on the 2nd of November, but no. It is on Wednesday, the 8th of November, from 4 to 6. Not the 2nd, but on the 8th of November.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so motion to approve the consent agenda items. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda items?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items.
We're accepting them.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. I move that we accept the consent agenda items.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett. And just in case you're wondering, the reason we just accept these is because these are just reports being presented to us and on the public. So we're just accepting that they're public documents. We're not actually approving them. Okay, so the motion is to accept the consent agenda items. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. I will now move on to the bids. Can I get a motion for the first bid?
I make the motion to accept the bid for the Bingham High School Stadium Video Board. No second?
Is there a second?
A second.
A motion by Ms.
Member in May
Richards,
and
second by
September.
Mr. Dunford to approve the bid for the Bingham High School Stadium Video Board. Is there a discussion to that motion?
I have a question. How many of our high schools have a video board for outdoors? Scott, maybe you can help us with that. How many?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Scott, could you-
Mr. Shaw, do you know the answer to
Shaw
that by
might have it.
chance?
Shaw?
Okay, welcome.
I always try to ask a question that stumps you, so didn't work.
At this time, there's only one school with a video board, and it's
That's
Bingham's,
Bingham.
and it doesn't work.
And was this originally part of the expansion of Ron Thorne Field? Like, it wasn't paid originally with district money. Do you know that?
You know, I don't know the answer to that.
'Cause you always wonder, like, when one school gets something and not everyone doesn't get it. It's kind of like my kids. Everyone else complains, and I was wondering how they got it. But does anyone know that? You know, Dr. Dodd? The original video board, was that part
The
of
original video board was the result of a donation.
donation? Okay. Perfect.
And then this is also going to be the result of a donation from the senior classes of 21, 22, and 23.
Yes, the majority of the money comes from that.
And the other is from just your general fund, like gate.
The in lieu of cell tower fund, the non-categorical fund.
Perfect.
Is there any other questions or discussion?
I just want to say, it sounds like this video board provides a lot of really good real-world marketing experience for students selling ads to businesses, and that it will be a good source of fundraising for different groups. So,
Thank you. That's the intent. is to
Does
make
it have a
available for all.
metronome?
No.
Sorry.
But I'll bet we can play one.
Sorry, I have to turn it on too. Mr. Shaw, will you explain about the shot clock aspect of this?
So, as all of you know, we're in the 5th year of a remodel, and part of the remodel in the gym was to replace some scoreboards in the north and south and auxiliary gyms in the Bingham High Gymnasium. The old boards were original to the school and weren't working. Part of the requirements for Utah high schools and the National Federation of High School rules that you have shot clocks on any court where a sanctioned team plays. Daktronics, the winning bid on this one, has an incentive for any high school, not just Bingham, but any high school that's interested in video boards with an 8% incentive. So we will tap into that if the board is approved to get those shot clocks installed on the south court. It's already wired electrically, we just don't have the clocks, and they're $10,000 to $12,000. Every high school has the 2 sets of clocks, and we have the one on the main court. So we need to put clocks on the auxiliary courts also.
Okay, any further discussion?
How feasible is it for another high school to request something like this? It sounds like these funds have been saved up for 2 or 3 years. Is that accurate?
Correct.
The majority of the funds. And then the balance is kind of a discretionary amount that the school is allocated and they're choosing to use it for this purpose. Is that
correct? The in lieu of cell tower fund is discretionary money that's given to every school.
okay? So if any other high school wanted it, they could follow this pattern. It might take them 3 years, but they could theoretically do it.
I would assume, yes.
That's why I asked originally. Something that's been provided by the district, but something provided by the community, the students.
And that in lieu cell tower money is money that used to only go to schools that had the cell tower. That is distributed to every school now. So the schools have access to that type of funding, which is different from how it was in the past.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to approve the bid for the Bingham High School Stadium Video Board. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for our next bid?
I move that we accept the bid for Milestone Care Plus X Protect 3-year support.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the bid for Milestone Care Plus X Protect 3-year support. Is there discussion to that motion?
I had a discussion earlier today with Mr. Larson, and I just wanted to make sure that those listening and all of us understand that nearly every software purchase that the district makes isn't just a one-time cost. There's an ongoing support and upgrade cost. That's what this represents. This 3-year contract is the right to receive software upgrades and the installation of those upgrades. And that's pretty much all it's paying for. Just whenever we're considering software specifically, we should at least have that in mind, that even though we're approving X number of dollars for this project, it's most likely going to mean additional costs in, ongoing after that.
Thank you. And for the record, this is software to support the camera system that we have throughout the district. Is there any other discussion or questions? Okay, we have a motion to approve the bid for the Milestone Care Plus X Protect 3-year support. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, on to our special business items. Our first one is consideration to approve a survey to determine interest in a dual language immersion program at Aspen Elementary School. And as we heard previously, We do have a request from the school community council at Aspen Elementary School to add a Spanish DLI program there. And that is the first step in the process, is the school community council makes the request of the board. And then the board needs to determine whether or not to move forward. The next step in the process is doing a survey to find out interest within the community. And then if that interest is there, then there's a request made to the state. So we're not exactly approving the program tonight. We're approving that we're going to move forward with the next step, but by approving that, we'll approve that, you know, if there's interest from the community, then it will go to the state, and if the state approves it, then we would have the program. Is that correct, Dr. Godfrey?
Yes, that's correct. So the survey would determine whether there's adequate interest, and then we would ask the state for permission if the board approves our proceeding with the process. And in response to the board's request from last meeting, we did contact school community council at the middle school and high school and did not receive any concerns, and principals are supportive as well.
So if right now we agree to move forward and all the boxes get checked along the way, then Aspen gets DLI. We're not going to vote on it again. Is that my understanding?
Correct. Okay, so let me start out with a motion.
I would like to make the motion to approve consideration for a survey to determine the interest for a DLI program at Aspen Elementary School.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Dean, to approve a survey to determine interest in a dual language immersion program at Aspen Elementary School. And is there public input to that? And I apologize, I probably should have had Samantha Clements speak during this time. I missed that was an agenda item. So anyway, we've heard one public comment. Is there any other public comment on this? Okay, discussion to the motion.
I am in favor of the survey. I am questioning the process. So we're saying a survey, which we've been really careful to relay to our communities, is not a vote. Is in this case a vote?
Yeah.
We haven't treated it like a vote. It's a question of how many parents of kindergarten students would be interested in enrolling in the future. And so it's just a gauge. If you have 12 parents who say yes, then that's not enough. But it's not a question of majority. It's just, do we think we could fill the program based on information we gather from a survey?
So why then would the survey results not return to the board for the vote of a board?
It certainly can. In the past, the board has just said, if you survey and think there's enough interest to make the program work, then proceed. If you would like us to bring that back to the board in a subsequent meeting, we can certainly do that.
Well, as I remember the discussion, that was not the only concern that was brought up by members of this board, was interest.
Yeah, that's the deal breaker for me. Is I know the interest is there. I know the need's there. I'm super concerned that we're doing this before we're building a school in this area, and that's going to change the complexity of the boundaries and those kinds of things. I don't mind the survey. I think the decision needs to be deeper, more thought through, and so if we're approving this tonight based upon checking all the boxes, I would have to say I vote no, even though I'm supportive of the program, even supportive of the program here. But I haven't received the information that I requested, that of how many were denying out of the program and those kinds of things. I mean, I think we need to expand DLI a lot, but I'm just not sure in a high growth school that we're ready to split.
Is there any is there any downside of moving ahead tonight, seeing what the interest level is, talking to the state, and basically getting to the point where we're ready to go? It's approved by the state, there's enough interest, but then still allow the board to get answers to the other questions that were raised to see if we would still approve of it, and if we do, great, we're ready to go right now.
The downside to that is that you then create expectations and it becomes more difficult. The board is in a bit of a difficult situation to say no after it feels, a survey feels like we're offering it and we're going down the path. We ask the state, if we have everything lined up, then we've created a lot of momentum that then stops. To the point that's been made by several board members, if there's enough concern or a desire for additional information, then voting yes tonight would normally put things in motion. So you would want to be thoughtful about that. But if you can structure it however you want. I'm not trying to suggest that because we did it a particular way in the past that we have to do it that way again. If you want us to survey parents and bring back those survey results as an additional data point before you move forward, we can absolutely do that. It's just we found that as we go out and check more boxes, it builds more momentum and it puts the board in a more difficult position for approving something, or not approving it. So normally what we would do at this point is the board would decide whether to let a survey go out and would have the administration move forward if we receive permission from the state and if we determine that there's adequate interest to support a program. If there are other concerns or you need additional information, we can go a different direction. We can do whatever the board wants to do here, but generally the decision tonight would be to essentially turn it over to the administration to survey and work with the state and move forward if all the boxes get checked. We can do it however the board would like us to approach this.
Can I make a substitute motion that we table this until we have those answers to those questions?
What
That
question specifically?
Is there, if there's no
Oh.
second for it, then there's no need to discuss it. Is there a second?
I'll
for
second that.
Okay. So substitute motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Mr. Dunford to table it for additional information. I'd like to, so is there discussion to that motion? It's just to whether or not to substitute it. I'd just like to remind the board from our discussion last week, there was a request from the board to bring back information from the school community councils and principals of the feeder schools, which Dr. Godfrey did report on tonight. Mr. Robinson asked for some more data, but the rest of the board did not request that, and so it was agreed that Mr. Robinson would just get with staff individually on that. That's what we agreed last week.
I haven't got that. Might be my fault. My big concern is that we're putting this in the highest growth area next year. Like with Ridgeview being split, we're putting this in an area that we're going to build another school, which will have ramifications to boundary decisions that we're going to be making. I'm supportive of this. I just don't know if the timing's there. I don't know that we've explored this enough. That's the reason why I would like to further study this before we approve it.
I'm sure it's my inexperience on the board, but I don't quite understand why that is an issue. You know, whether it's in a high growth area, whether we're going to build another school. I mean, I can kind of see where, yeah, that might complicate things, but it shouldn't affect boundaries, right? I mean, if someone is in DLI and now they're in another boundary, they just drive their kids to the other school, right? I mean,
But their siblings will have to be permitted.
their siblings would have to be permitted into the
Into the crowded school.
the DLI school.
think the driving thing's probably the bigger thing. If they were being bused, but now their boundary school changes, they may lose that busing. But in this high growth areas, there's usually isn't as much busing. Most people are walking anyway, or within walking distance.
I would assume most kids in this school is going to be walking because nearby schools are not that far away.
I tend to agree with Mr. Barnett. I think it's just putting off something down 2 or 3 years down the road. And, then you've put these kids who are in kindergarten now, you've put them off for 3 years. And they can't be in the DLI. I think if you're going to do it, do it. My opinion.
Okay, any more discussion to substitute? Okay, so the motion on the table right now is a substitute motion to table this DLI discussion until we have further information. All in favor of substituting the motion? Or are we voting on the substitute motion?
You vote for substitute first.
So all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
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 I'm going to do a roll call vote. Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
So this is to table it. Okay, Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Richards? No. Ms. George?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
And I'm a no, but the motion passes. So this will be tabled then. Can we give direction to staff on what additional information you need?
For me, an impact on what the new school would be on this program is one thing. I still would like to get the things that I asked for, but I'll follow up on that.
What do you mean by impact on the new school?
Impact of changing boundaries right after we start a brand new program. And a little concerned about the process of approving it tonight and not getting another chance. I have to go back and review when we put Mountain Point in, but I thought the state already approved Mountain Point before we approved it. But I have to just go back and look at that whole process again, because it seemed like we were told that we couldn't approve it, and then the state approved it, and so then we moved forward on it. So I just want to go back and maybe check the process of Mountain Point.
We've approved a handful of programs since we first started, and I think it's been a little bit different each time. I would say that the precedent is not as important as what we want to do going forward. So we can look at how it's been done, but what I really want to do is, as a staff, provide you with the information and the process that you feel that gives you what you need to feel good about whatever decision you choose. So whatever that is right now that you can direct us to provide as staff, we would be glad to provide that. So if you want to, the factors that remain for us procedurally would be surveying to determine the interest and asking the state for approval. That's what would remain on our end. But if you want that information gathered before you make a decision, then we can work on that. If there's other information that you want, we can provide that. In terms of the impact of changing a boundary after starting a program, I guess I'd have more questions about that if that's something that the board wants us to pursue. So if you want to establish a particular process, I think we can do that without necessarily looking back, because there's a lot of variety in the way that it's been handled. I think right now it's just what would make the board comfortable with a decision in either direction, that you felt like you had the information that you needed.
I would like to see a list of potential problems. We've heard one here, that the family might have to be split up if the boundary changes. Maybe there's some busing issues. It would be nice, it would help me make a decision if I had a list of all the majority of the potential problems of putting a DLI program in a high growth area where we're planning potentially on putting another school? What types of problems would that pose, and what types of things could we do to either minimize them or deal with them?
If you'd like, I can address some of that now. But if you want to have that as a future discussion, we can do that too. Because now that it's been tabled, we can talk about it in the future. So, whatever you'd like.
Along with that, I would like potential benefits to a DLI program being started in a high growth area so that we can get both things, both perspectives.
Here's where I stand, and I know this is tabling it for a long time. We are close enough to knowing exactly where a new school is going to be. We could pretty much draw boundary lines very quickly. I don't think it's fair to ask the parents that are going to be going to the new school whether or not we should have a DLI at Aspen Elementary. We should only ask the parents who are going to go to Aspen Elementary. Now, if we were a question mark about are we going to open up a new school, that wouldn't be an issue for me. And I feel for the people who want to get started right now, and I know they're going to miss an opportunity, and I don't know how to balance that. But I don't think it's fair to ask parents whose children are going to go to a different school. And so what I would like to do is table it until we have a boundary, and then ask the parents who are going to go to Aspen if they would like it. Then I would be very, very supportive. But to ask parents who are not going to go to Aspen for more than 1 year, I don't think is a wise course of action. That's where I stand. So I would prefer to table this until we have boundaries.
We actually have precedents to that too. Oakleaf Elementary School, we set those boundaries before the groundbreaking of the school, and I think that there's some wise things that can come out of that, because people know they can watch their school being built. We can talk to community leaders and such. So it'd be helpful for me maybe to draw the boundaries sooner rather than later.
But Mr. Dunford, you got to remember also that if a student starts in the DLI, they will most likely, whether they're in the new boundary or not, will most likely stay with the DLI.
Yes, and their friend that they play with next door will go to a different school. Their best friend that they play with across the street is not going to go to their school. So why impose that until we know what the boundary is? If I knew I wasn't going to go to Aspen Elementary, would I vote for it? I think that is enough of a deterrent that they need that information. This is not going to be your boundary school. Do you still want a DLI at this school? And we're close enough. We know exactly where the school's going to be. We could draw those lines very quickly.
But you stated that you would have the survey go to only to those who would be going to Aspen. So the people who are in a new boundary wouldn't have that opportunity to
That's
stay.
right.
Unless
So
they permit to
you
the
can't
school.
have it both ways.
If I may, there are a couple of, this isn't an argument for or against anything that's being proposed, just some clarification. We may not just survey those who are at the school itself. We may also survey folks from neighboring schools. So after drawing boundaries, it might not mean that we survey different people. They would have the boundary information. Based on the notification requirements and the timeline required for dual language immersion, if we wait for boundaries to be established through our normal process, we would not be able to make a decision about dual language immersion in time for this fall. That doesn't mean that we can't follow what you're proposing. I just wanted to clarify the implications for the timeline if we wait for boundaries. So waiting for boundaries means not adopting DLI in the fall. And the survey is, I thought it was an important point that Ms. George said, it's not a vote, it's a survey to see what the level of interest is. So that would be Aspen and potentially some surrounding schools to see, especially in a densely populated area, to see what the level of interest is. Because what we're really doing is gauging the interest in the area where we would anticipate parents would reasonably be able to provide transportation for their students.
So then you're doing exactly what I said last time. It's a magnet school to our highest growth school. If you're asking other schools around, we're asking them that this is a magnet program that will draw you to our most crowded school in the fall.
Well, I think what we do is we would be gauging interest in the area, and if there's enough interest within the school, immediate school area, then it's not saying, well, we're going to draw those people in. It's that we have information about who's right within the immediate boundary or immediate area around the school and those who are farther out. A magnet program would give equal weight to anyone who wants to come in. That's not the way that the program is set up. But I understand your point, is that you do bring in additional folks to the school that might not otherwise be attending.
I would be in favor of opening it when the new school, that would be a year from the fall, right? And opening it at that time and do exactly what you said. What's the interest in the new boundaries and what's the interest in the surrounding area, so that we can kind of balance those new boundaries with that in mind. If there's a lot of interest out there around, then maybe we boundary it one way or another. We keep the population low so more people can come in, or we keep the population high, whatever. But I think it's just premature.
Part of the survey would be determining, do we have enough of a core within the boundary so that we aren't dramatically increasing the enrollment. And although I know there's greater detail that the board is requesting, really you try to balance it out, as we discussed the last time. If you have a school that is too small, then your classes can't balance out, your non-DLI classes can't balance out. If it's too large, then you don't have the space. So a growth area with additional housing coming and some boundary changes is kind of a good balance. But that's not to oversimplify the implications, because some other implications have been outlined that we would explore in a future discussion.
Okay, so we will potentially bring this back to a future study session. Is that where everybody wants it? Okay. All right, our next agenda item is recommendation. Oh, I'll take a motion for our next agenda item for B.
I move that we approve the recommendation to approve Jordan School District property donation to West Jordan for future 90th South expansion, or 9,000 South expansion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards, to approve the Jordan School District property donation to West Jordan for the future 9,000 South expansion. Ms. Richards, would you like to tell us more about this, or Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Thomas, would you come to the podium, please?
Thank you. So the district owns property that's adjacent to the future 90th South, and that property is for a future school. And we knew that when we purchased the property, that at some point 90th South would continue on. It's typical in this process, if we own property that is undeveloped yet, usually what happens is a portion of our property is used to construct a new road on or around the school. And then when the road is constructed, we donate that portion of the property and the improvement, the road, we dedicate that back to the city or state or the governing body there. So in this particular case, what's happened is we're choosing to donate the property up front to West Jordan City, and then money has become available for Ivory, who's the developing partner, to finish that road at no cost to the district. So we're out of it. After the donation, we're done, which is it's a win-win for the school district, for West Jordan City, and for the community.
Thank you.
You bet.
Let's go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address this? We heard from Mayor Burton earlier on it. Okay, seeing no other public comment, we'll go to discussion by the board. Is there discussion or questions about this? All right, seeing none, we have a motion to approve the Jordan School District property donation to West Jordan for the future 9,000 South expansion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Our next agenda item is consideration to approve the settlement agreement in the vaping litigation. Can I get a motion for that?
I move that we approve the settlement agreement in vaping litigation involving Altria.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards. Is there any discussion to this motion? Mr. Van Komen, do you want to give us just a very brief overview of the settlement? This is a case that a board, a couple of years ago, our board, at least those who were on it at the time, chose to participate in this class action lawsuit.
Yeah, the board has already entered into a settlement agreement involving Juul, so this is a separate second agreement involving Altria. This actually went to litigation, and then as soon as the litigation started, a settlement was reached. So this is additional funding that will be made available to the district if they agree to it.
Okay, is there discussion to that motion? All right, seeing none, we have a motion to approve the settlement agreement in the vaping litigation involving Altria. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously.
President, can I make a follow-up motion?
Yes.
I move that all funds that Jordan School District really receives in part of these vaping litigations be used for vaping prevention, detection, and education.
I'll second it. Sorry. You can be a co-second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson, that all funds received from the settlement be used for vaping detection, prevention, and education. Is there a discussion to that motion?
I don't feel comfortable taking this money and then building a school with it or doing something other than what it was intended to do. And so I would like to put it on the books that this district is going to use these funds to prevent vaping, to detect vaping in our schools, to educate students regarding vaping.
Furthermore, it's not nearly enough to build a school with.
Yeah.
Okay, is there further discussion to that motion? Okay, we all in favor of the motion to use the funds from the settlement for vaping detection, prevention, and education, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed to that?
Thank you.
Okay, that passes unanimously. All right, Dr. Godfrey, do you have a superintendent's report?
Yes, I just wanted to report back that the Wit and Wisdom approval process is complete. There were 7 books that were sent to the appeal committee, and of those 7, 4 were approved, or 3 were approved, 4 were not approved. So there are 4 books that were not approved. 2 of those books already have a replacement that was approved through that same process. 1 book, and then in the other 2 books, we're looking for some alternate options. Excuse me, there's 1 book we're looking for an alternate option. The other one is not necessary to the program. We can make the program work without it. So 7 books sent to the appeal committee, 3 of them approved, 4 not approved. Of the 4 that were not approved, 2 we have already approved a replacement. 1 is not necessary for the program to work, and the 4th we're looking for options.
From Wit and Wisdom, or we have to come up with a
From Wit
replacement?
and Wisdom, potentially a modified version of the book. There are some clear elements that could be removed, and the book would be acceptable at that point. So that's where we are with that, and I just wanted to report back. We had about 230 people participate on committees at various times. It was a ton of work, ton of time, a lot of organization. Those groups were, and we had initially 10 times the volunteers that we needed. We organized them by area and then used a computer-generated random list and worked our way down the list. As people were not able to participate, we just went farther down the list and had a great variety of opinion. There were parents who voted for and against, teachers who voted for and against certain books. So it was a robust discussion and a good process, and so that order will be going forward. We'll be working on training, and those books will be available this year for use and will be launched in the remainder of schools next year. So thank you to everyone who participated, who volunteered, and we didn't initially send emails to those who we weren't able to use on the committee because the way people were not able to necessarily be part of it, we had to keep working our way down the list. So we didn't say no to anyone until we were able to complete the process. We'll be sending an email out to say thank you for volunteering. We've been able to complete the process, but we're going to continue to use that volunteer list because we need a lot of parent volunteers in various capacities. And it's always gratifying to see such a great response from our parents. We've had a great response on our Portrait of a Graduate efforts. We had a tremendous response on the email we sent out with volunteer and committee opportunities. So just a big thank you to the educators who were starting up their school year and still made time to read books and be part of these committees. And thank you to parents who are getting their kids going on a new school year and still found time to do a lot of reading. One parent who was called at the last minute did, I think, 15 hours of reading in 3 days despite having kids in school just to get up to speed and be part of the committee. So some people really jumped in, had some good input, and just thank you to everybody involved.
Can I ask a question about wit and wisdom? We asked,
Sure.
I think that there needed to be a supermajority instead of a simple majority. Did that make any effect in the overall process of reviewing those books?
Yes, absolutely. There were books that had a majority of support but not a supermajority, and as a result were not approved.
Thank you.
Can I just piggyback on that question? Did that cause extra work for the department? Did that cause big problems?
The way that the voting was structured,
Right.
it was a lot of work for the department, but they were happy to do it, and it was worthwhile to make sure that we had good, robust input. So I don't think there was any thought at the end, why was it structured the way it was, or we wish that it had been different in this particular way. They were, there was a lot of scrambling where people understandably initially express interest and then are unable to do that. So it was a lot of follow-up, a lot of calling just to make sure that we had adequate representation on a committee and that the makeup was what it needed to be. But I don't think anyone would say that it was a big problem or that that was that was the obstacle. But that's how it works. That's just, people's circumstances shift, and it's a lot of time commitment. But it worked out well.
So one of our conditions was any book that was unanimous was approved immediately. I'd love to know what percentage of the books were just approved unanimously.
Oh, a unanimous vote.
Or even, I think the condition was, whatever that first condition was, that they passed the initial test by a certain margin. I'd love to know how many of them just were obvious, you're in.
I think there were a lot of 100% books. That's what I understand. A lot that were just 100%. And there were some close votes that ended up going to. I think you had them in all categories. We shouldn't have this book. Yes, we absolutely should, and this needs to go to the next level.
Yeah, red, yellow, and green.
It was a thoughtful discussion. It was.
So I guess my question is, how many
A lot of work.
greens did we have? How many greens were, okay, this is definitely.
Lots of greens, the majority greens.
If you were to ballpark a guess, if we've got 4 reds and lots of greens, how many green, yellow? If yellow was, it took a discussion to get it to pass, but it passed, and red is, it wasn't approved, what percentage would you say was green, yellow, and red?
It'd be tough for me to give a percentage. I would say there were a lot of greens, a lot of yellows, and a few reds.
That's what I need to know.
But lots of greens and yellows. Not so many greens that you wonder, why did we even need to get together? There was also training. There was a separate training meeting before the reading happened. And then the reading, and then the meeting. And anyone who couldn't make the meeting, there was a video training that was used. So it was really, I think it was laid out nicely, and they did it on a pretty tight timeline. Lots of greens, yellows, and I would say just a handful of, like I said, a handful of reds ultimately.
One of my concerns was the lack of a defined implementation process when it was presented to the board. I think because it was a quick decision, we needed to get something going. And so I'd be interested in knowing, like, what steps are going to be taken in the future to get teachers to agree with this. When is this going to be mandatory versus voluntary? I don't know if the board's interested in that, or if that's just something that you want to address with me individually, but.
I can tell you that right now.
Okay.
The immediate implementation is it will require some training, some support, but we're working on ways to make that available as soon as possible for those teachers who are saying, I've been supplementing this on my own. This is something that will really help me. I'd like to adopt this as soon as possible. So we're making sure that we have the training in place and the options in place once that order comes through, so that anyone who needs it can use it right away. And then the rest of the implementation will happen next fall.
And this will be everyone in the district, right? I was in a school community council meeting where the school community council said that they get to make a decision whether or not we use this or not. This is
a move away from journeys, right, and to wit and wisdom. Yes.
Thank you.
And Darryl, you might be interested. I think part of the concern was the district followed procedure to the T. In fact, they went up and beyond what was asked of them, and yet there were some concerns by the board. And so Finance Committee is working on a rubric that will help them identify, here's when a bid needs to go to the board before we start the process. Had that been in place, I think it would have remedied a lot of concern that board members had. So to their credit, they follow the procedure, and we can't fault them for following the procedure. But we're working on that rubric that will help them know, under these circumstances, before we go out to bid, we take it to the board for approval.
I think in the heat of this discussion, we talked about creating a more robust policy, and I thought it was approved by the board to kind of look at a policy that takes us through this procedure. So if we did approve on that, I would hope that that would make a future agenda item. And
Is that a policy about the approval of curriculum?
correct.
Not necessarily.
Not written
RFP.
wisdom, but just our process of how we approve curriculum.
So I
And,
think both are probably appropriate.
yeah, just future.
You mentioned there was still one book. Do we have any kind of a commitment from Wit and Wisdom that they're going to replace that one and integrate the new one into their system?
Yes, we'll be able to. We just don't know what the solution will be yet, but there will be a solution. We think we may just be able to get an altered version of the book.
So what was their reaction when you approached them with the board's process? Were they...
Wit and Wisdom?
What was Wit and Wisdom's reaction to our process?
Wit and Wisdom was workable. They this is a big client, and they were appropriately flexible with us.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to report?
Nope, just thanks to everyone, board members, staff members, educators, and parents who were involved.
Thank you. Next, we have committee reports and comments by board members. I think we just heard a finance committee report of something you're working on.
Finance Committee meets on Friday. We just have a couple minor items until our November meeting when we will hear from Squire and Company about our independent audit. They will be presenting to the board in November, so look forward to that.
And this is redundant, but I just want to say that the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee employee open house is Wednesday, November 8th from 4 to 6, and it will be here at the Jordan, at JATC South, and bring your ideas and your celebrations. And also the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee's annual conference, annual What I Wish You Knew conference will be January 16th from 8:30 to 12:30, and the location is still to be determined.
Who is that for, the conference?
So I went last year and it was for all employees, but it was, there was a special invitation given to the transportation people. And so this one, I think any employees are invited. It's on is it called Wellness Day? It's on Wellness Day, so teachers and other district employees will not have to be in class. They can come and attend this. And I don't know exactly who the focus is. It has been discussed that the focus would be support personnel, maybe ESPs, but I don't want to misspeak on the focus. So
November 8th open house was from 4 to 6?
yes,
Here?
yes.
Okay, Ms. Richards.
Yes, both of our items were checked off tonight, so we're good to go until our next meeting.
So Government Relations held our third and final legislator breakfast. And I feel like we got great interaction at each of those, and want to extend a thank you to those who attended and engaged in those meetings. We are continuing to plan for our breakfast on December 6th. So make sure you save that date. 7:30. Oh, yes. AM. I know. I think that Candace Perucci would appreciate a lunch date at some point instead of a breakfast. She mentioned that.
Okay, I had one. Anyone else have one while I'm pulling mine up?
I can do mine. So JPAC's going to meet the Jordan Parent Advisory Committee on October 30th. Do you know if announcements have gone out to chairs of school community councils?
No.
We can follow up.
We'll
with
check
Mr.
on that.
Anderson on that. Just, I know that's the day after we get back from fall break, so it's going to be important to get that out this week. I think he had been working on it, but I just want to make sure.
If Mr. Anderson was working on it, I have a high level of confidence that that's taken
Me
care
too,
of.
but
But
I
I'll
also-
double check it. I'll double
Me
check
too,
it.
but I also taught a class the other day with no kids that showed up, so I just always want to make sure.
I'll double check that.
And what time is that? Because there's the LEAC meeting from 4 to 5. 5:30, the electronic one.
We're right after it.
Right after that, so at 6 or at 5:45 or?
You have to
The
remind me.
JPAC one starts at 5:30, and these are not ones that board members need to attend. These are ones that Education Elements will be conducting with these groups. So
Oh, these are the education elements ones, okay.
That's why they're close to each other.
Okay.
So, and I'm going to attend the Jordan Parent Advisory Committee one just to introduce and answer a couple questions for about 15 minutes, and then I'll drop off.
Mr. Robinson, those invitations have been sent.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then the Library Materials Committee has been working hard. We presented tonight's study session. We have a lot of work still to do. We'll keep working and bring that back. And then the Board Communication Committee met, and we had some really good ideas, and we'll be bringing back soon some ideas and some templates and just some things to consider in our communication with the public.
Who is on the communication committee?
So me, I'm the chair, Tracy Miller, Bryce Dunford, Sandy Reese-Craft, our communication expert, and Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you.
okay, so executive committee discussed asking staff to come back with us with a report on bathroom design, and we're talking about, you know, in the future when we're building schools, do we want to make any changes into what our bathrooms look like, or do we want to go back and do any of remodeling and retrofitting, just based on student privacy concerns. So we are proposing asking superintendent to bring us back a report of, you know, what inventory do we have, what do we already have to address privacy concerns, and are there recommendations going forward. So that is what executive committee would like to ask, and just checking with other board members to see if there's a majority that are interested in that type of report.
Can I just clarify, is that only in restrooms, or was that also locker rooms?
Restrooms and locker rooms. Thank you for that clarification. Is that something the rest of the board is interested in?
I would also be interested in visiting a few schools if there are locally, some schools that are already tackling this. And I've reviewed like what's happening nationally with some bathroom designs and stuff, and there's some pretty cool stuff out there. I think it solves a lot of problems. So.
Okay, so we will ask for that report, and then if there's any opportunities to visit a school, let us know.
Can I also ask on that, Daybreak, I believe, has individual bathrooms in each classroom. And I'd like to know maybe the history behind that, but more importantly, has that been a toll on custodial services in upkeeping individual bathrooms? And so I would like to have some feedback on that.
Yeah, we can provide that. Daybreak is in fact flush with bathrooms, and we will get you more information about that. Apologies.
There's the pun. There's the pun. Thank you.
I do apologize. But we started working on that actually, just given recent questions. We have been assessing that, and so that's well underway, and we'll bring that information back to you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Okay, that is the end of our business meeting. We will take a 15-minute break. We will finish up our study session item, and then we do have a couple of closed session items tonight.
All right, we are back in study session. It is still October 17th, 2023, and we are going to finish up agenda item D, discussion of administrative policy AA 440, library media selection and review. We came up with several suggestions for the ad hoc committee to consider. There was one last thing on the table, and that was whether or not to have some sort of preliminary screening before it goes to a review committee. And so Mr. Dunford had brought up if the board should do a preliminary screening. We also had some discussion on whether or not there should be two types of challenges, one that would go through a preliminary screening. So I need to find out from the board what your thoughts are on that. Do you want more discussion, or
Did I
everyone's just willing to
understand
weigh in?
Mr. Dunford's suggestion correctly that the preliminary screening by the board, or whatever we're going to call it, would only be done if the book challenge was for bright line rule, for lack of a better way to say it right now?
Or
if the book challenge was because of one of those issues, then it would come to a preliminary board review. Otherwise, it would go through our other process. Is that accurate or not? Is that okay?
So if it was, the challenge was based on one of those 4 prongs in HB 374, it would come to the board first. Okay, thoughts, comments on that? I'll tell you, for me personally, I am interested in discussing the concept of a preliminary screening based on those 4. I don't know that having it come to the board and wait for a board meeting is the right thing to do on that. And so I'm interested in having ad hoc committee discuss it. I don't think it should automatically come to the board. But if there's someone else appropriate that could do that, I would like to know that. I know it is librarians in other districts that are doing that preliminary screening based on those 4. I'd be open to that discussion. I would want the ad hoc committee to invite a few librarians in and discuss that with them. If they're interested, or that's something that I'd like to discuss with them.
What I wouldn't mind is if we had a district review committee that reviews that, and that we put it on our consent agenda and accept those recommendations. What I don't know if I want to do is debate the passages in public. Because if we're going to have it on a board vote, then we have to read those passages, and then we have to talk about, as a board, those passages and whether they're violating the law or not.
So for me, here's the precedence. When we approve land trust plans, you send me a document, I review it on my own time, I initial it, and then at some point, we approve all of them at once. So I think we could take action and say, enough board members, if we say it's a majority or a supermajority, whatever it is, 4 board members have initialed this as, whatever the term is, what's the 3 terms?
Violation of law.
Remove. 4 board members have designated this as remove, therefore this stands to be removed once approved at the formal meeting. So you could send me a document once in a while, and I could review it on my own. We don't discuss it in public. The only thing that we do is we take a sweeping action. These land trust plans have been approved previously by the board. We're taking an unanimous vote in public to take action on that. That's how I would envision it.
I could live with that.
And then once we take a public action, we announce the Jordan School District Board of Education has removed the following books from all libraries in our district.
I'm okay with that too.
Okay, so that's a majority, so that's an idea that will also go back to the ad hoc committee. Anything else we want to discuss?
So the idea is, I just want to think about it, and before I go back to the committee, is a preliminary. Bryce, will you say again what you just said? Or can
Bryce?
somebody restate it?
So if a book has been challenged based on, sorry, I'm going to say bright line,
But those 4 items in
Those
1227.
Then, and I think we should have in the form where they can cite the page numbers that are offensive. Then the board would be given that passage, and then kind of as a consent agenda item, we would say we have a supermajority or a majority, whatever number we set, of board members who have voted to remove this book.
Based on the passages.
And then that would be,
Our legal background, the Supreme Court ruled in a case that books can be removed that are, quote, pervasively vulgar. So what we're basically saying is, as a board, we have decided that these books are pervasively vulgar. Therefore, we have taken action to remove them from all of our libraries.
Which brings a question to my mind. You know, I've heard so many times that we should go on the whole book and not just passages. Pervasive to me sounds more whole than just passages. So I don't know.
The way I would read it is, I'm going to read this passage and say, could the rest of this book possibly provide enough value that I would find this material I'm reading acceptable in that? And I'd say yes or no.
and our state law defines that for us, right?
Yep.
So in 7610 1227 2C, it says a description or depiction of illicit sex or sexual immorality as defined in subsection da 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 has no serious value for minors. They've already defined that for us. If it contains that, it does not contain serious value for minors.
Okay, so ad hoc committee has, there are several ideas to work on and bring back to us. Okay, that concludes our study session. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Okay, second by Ms. Dean, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett, to go into closed session. For character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security. Roll call vote. Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that motion passes unanimously, and we'll go into closed session.